44 trading room. Sorry for this little delay. Don't know what happened with Novia, but I'm here. Hi, Clifton. How are you today? I hope everyone is ready for a great Thursday trading after the, let's call it big day, just happened yesterday with the NVDA. However, looks like that the fireworks just postponed because it was not a huge impact from the NVDA side. Sorry. And the reason for that, actually, NVDA beat the expectations, but there are some concerns about margin and a little bit about the future, especially the deliveries because of the prices of the production, shipments, and so on. So this was the concern what they were talking about. So indeed, first of all, it's just started to go down like 2%, 107, 2% after market close, and that's it. So nothing else. Good morning, Chris from Texas. Good morning from, or for me, good afternoon from Hungary at the moment. I'm here. Okay, nice to see you here. Guidance Room Traders. Hi, Dor. Hi, Roger. Hi, everyone. I hope you are doing great. Hi, Lee. Good morning. Okay, so I just to continue now, traders, with this NVDA. You can see my screen here before we get to the fresh news. And as you can see, it's just shaded off in pre-market, especially. It still went a little bit down, but look at that. So it seems like these news were not that bad as it seemed at the first sight, because actually seems like that the market going to focus rather on the fact that it beat the numbers, and that's it. Okay, if you want to know more about the two concerns which just arise during this kind of a speech as well, and the in the earnings script, you can just go to the TEFS website and subscribe to my newsletter, because I was just writing about this in the morning newsletter. I'm always sending it. So for the US guys, you know what? You just can wake up and immediately see the news, the fresh news in your email. So you just go to the tefs.com and go down, scroll down completely, and there you will see that if you want to get the newsletter, then please just subscribe with your email. Okay, traders, so not only this which driving up the market at the moment, but we had already some economic news, and not a bad one actually, especially the unemployment claims just were the best for the market, as I see. So 219K was the previous data. The expectation was 220, and it came 7,000 shy to 213. So really good news. You know exactly that, not that much, but still the Fed is following the labor market, and this means that the unemployment claims it's lower, which means that as the inflation slowly is getting to their goal, they don't want to see, to go to the other side with the labor market and to see very high unemployment claims. So actually, this was a pleasant surprise, because it's done. Maybe it's because of the holiday season hiring. We don't know yet. We will see it in the January, February, and rather the February data, but so far definitely that was a good news for the market. Philly Fed index was not that good though. The Philly Fed manufacturing index, unfortunately, instead of 7.4, it just came minus 5.5, so that's not a good news. But let's just make it clear, guys, this market is still like very much controlled by the bulls. You could see yesterday as well, it tried to move down, but especially in the last hour, it was just pushed back almost to the entry on the SPY, and the Dow actually just get to the green side. Not the triple Q, because the triple Q was a bit afraid of big techs, because of the NVIDIA earnings. And I must tell you that this is still not over. Actually, we have some FOMC member speakers. Hamak is just speaking now at 8:45. He started And after that, at 10 o'clock, we will get the existing home sales. So at 10 o'clock, we will get another news, plus followed by 12:25 FOMC member Goolsbee speaks, and 12:30 again Hamak speaks, and after the market closed, it's going to be Barr speech, but it doesn't matter anymore. Hi, Martins. Good afternoon to you. I hope, of course, first of all, that everyone had a beautiful green day. I had a nice one. TQQQ just gave back all of my loss of the day before, even much more. So I had a beautiful TQQQ call on that, and a little bit more, not just TQQQ, but actually I forgot what kind of stocks we traded. And VDA was not really strong, as you could see. I think definitely investors, traders are waiting for this earnings, but at the same time a little bit worried as well, because we never know how the market absorbs the earnings numbers. At the moment, as you could see, first it was a big move to the downside, 1.7%, not that big, but now NVIDIA is back to the green together with the market, as I've told you. So the headlines, it's about especially jobless claims at the moment, that it just dropped to 7 months low as the US economy flows ahead. So it seems like that this is a really good news, but not the Fed, the Philly Fed manufacturing. So let's just be careful. Okay, what else in the news? S&P 500 got a price target raised indeed. This is a good news for the market. Wells Fargo raised its S&P 500 target, citing a robust economy and potential policy shifts under Trump. Meanwhile, yesterday we had a Williams FOMC member speech, and he just expressed, or she just expressed confidence in cooling inflation and further interest rate reductions. So actually, yesterday the market got quite of a good news, and seems like today this this green stripe is going to be continued. But let's just be careful with that, though. We have a gap to fill both with the SPY and the triple Q. That's why I think that might this green stripe is going to lead to a gap fill. As you can see on the SPY, I'm just going to check when this gap fill is going to happen. Technically, lowest point, it has happened already because it was on 592 and 65. That's a good news already, that in the pre-market it could push higher, which means it's quite strong sentiment. But again, let's be careful. Why? Because traders, let's just face it, no more let's call it trigger for push the market higher. Maybe even the Bitcoin can help for the stocks because they are just moving together nowadays. Also, listen, we have, oh, not we, but the US has a new president. It's done, so no more rumors. Earnings season is officially over with NVDA. I mean, regarding the big names. We know that the Fed, it's okay with the rate cut. So what can happen here? I would say that if there won't be any big problem on the economic numbers, labor market news, or CPI, PPI, inflation-related economic data, plus geopolitical tension is not going to escalate, which we really hope, then I think that this extremely strong bullish push to the upside, it can continue. But in my opinion, the small pullback is just very much time now, but it's not going to happen until December or the last days or weeks of the year. Well, let's see. It's very close though, because it's the middle of November, and next week it's Thanksgiving, by the way. US traders, you know it exactly. For non-US traders, I am just telling you in advance that Thursday it's closed, and Friday, next Thursday, and next Friday is going to be open, but only until 1 p.m. All right, traders, so that's it about the news. Let's just move quickly to the big movers, because also the earnings season is starting to get to the end, but we still had some earnings for today as well, including BJ's wholesale and a lot more. I'm just checking quickly my big movers because accidentally I just closed it. Just a second. Okay. So indeed, let's just start with my biggest movers here. And it is one of them, it's MSTR, Snow, and TGT. These were still the stocks which released earnings after the market close. And Snow was extremely strong, especially after the market close yesterday. But if we just check it in the pre-market now, look at that. It's still going higher, amazing. A bit too much to my taste because it's like up a lot already, 20, 24, 25%, amazing. But I'm going to put it to my long list. Okay, so long list, let's go with Snowflake. Beat the expectations. Guidance was really good as well, so that's why it's just going up. The other one which just beat the expectations and going nicely to the upside, it's MSTR, MicroStrategy, which was a really nice mover. I don't know why I cannot have it on my data, but I can see it here. It's up already 14%, amazing, very strong. But if we just check the daily chart, sorry, I don't know why it's not loading, but actually yesterday it made a really big shooting star. So let's be careful. Also seems like it just doesn't want to stop. MSTR, I'm just going to put it to the secondary list and not to the long list traders. A reason for that, it can be so ugly spready, okay? So on the secondary list, I'm going to get MSTR, another nice beat on the earnings actually. Oops, sorry. One, two. All right. Next one is TGT, which I've just told you, which is not doing too much too good of yesterday. I thought that we will see a small pullback of yesterday's, but doesn't seem like, unfortunately. And BJ's wholesale, which I'm still going to watch today. I thought that TGT is going to move back a little bit, but doesn't seem like. So BJ Wholesale, which just got earnings as well, this looks like it's just making a really, really nice effort to push a little bit higher. I'm not very satisfied with the pre-market volume though, so let's be careful because of the pre-market volume, but seems like that this can be still stretched to the upside. It's 185,000, kind of okay, but let's see if it can strike a bit higher. So BJ and PANW, which I still like here, PANW, Palo Alto Networks, which just released earnings yesterday after market close as well. As you can see, at the moment, it's down minus 2.70. There were some problem with the guidance too. Yes, PDD, Mimi, very good. Good morning to you. I'm just going to get there as well. But PANW, it was not that lucky than the rest of the stocks, unfortunately, because this is just down and this is quite of a big mover, so I like it to the short side. PDD, Baidu as well on the earnings side. VDD, big disappointment, and looks like it can continue lower. I really like PDD to the short side, and let's see how about Baidu actually. Baidu, it's the same as you can see. It's just to the downside after the earnings, which is not the best for the stock, but for the short trading, it can be a good one. Of course, don't forget NVDA. I'm going to put it to my first long list as well. And SMCI traders, I've just seen a very nice pullback again on SMCI after the red day. And I assume that it really can still continue higher. So I'm going to watch SMCI and rest of of course, not just SMCI, but rest of the semiconductor stock because of the NVIDIA is up already 2.4%. Okay, I still have here some like SMCI I was talking about. Coin, definitely watching coin traders as Bitcoin reached another all-time high. I'm just telling you that the coin all-time high, or the Bitcoin, sorry, Bitcoin all-time high at the moment is, no, has not reached yet 19 or the 100,000, but very close. It is officially 98,384. Wow, that's crazy. So very, very close to this 100K level. I'm wondering when it's going to get it, but so far I'm going to watch coin to my long side as well. All right. Also, I see some red as well here, and actually Google is the first one. The reason for the red on the Google, it's some news from Europe regarding the Google Chrome as well, but not especially that. But you know, it was like that it needs to be just broken apart. I mean, the whole company. And there was another antitrust something, as far as I remember. So not a good news from Europe, especially for Google. So at the Google, be careful because it's done already, despite of the strengths in the whole tech industry. The Google is down 0.72 0.73% at the moment on a quite high volume. So Google, I'm going to watch it actually to the short side, but as I've told you, as especially the triple Q it's really strong. It's stronger than the SPY. I'm going to be careful with that one, but at the moment, as you can see, it's just going lower. Okay, what else to the short side? Baidu, PDD, PANW we were talking about. I see QCOM as well, which is down almost 1%. Yesterday, QCOM had a very ugly red day, so I'm going to put it just to my secondary list. I'm wondering how the QCOM going to be continued after that. And on the Los NYSC, I cannot see anything else which would be very interesting. Another red which I've seen, it is mRNA, which is surprising. I thought mRNA already going to reach some bottom, but seems like there is no bottom for mRNA. It's just going down, minus 1.1% lower, and EH, which I've seen as well, but this is not a really huge mover. So traders, seems like that after this interesting reaction of the NVIDIA stock for the earnings, because it just went down first 1.7% after hours, but now it's just pushing higher like crazy, 2.1%. Seems like this helped for the market to push higher. Economic news helped for the market push higher, especially unemployment claims, really fed, not really. So seems like bulls are in the control. But I just would like to remind you of the roller coasters of yesterday and the day before. Day before it was not a roller coaster, it was a one-way ticket day. But yesterday it was a real roller coaster. Be careful because as I've told you, things are starting to get to the end. I mean, the earnings season, the fact that there is a new president, so not too many questions left for the market and not too many triggers left for the market to push higher. So let's see how high the bulls can just push this market. I would actually, or I will actually closely follow the Bitcoin as well, because as I've told you, Bitcoin and the stocks are quite of going together at the moment. If the Bitcoin are still pushing higher also, I'm sure 100,000 is going to be a quite of a very important resistance there as well. But until Bitcoin is pushing higher, the stocks still will have steam to the upside as well. And please watch out that it was a gap fill on the SPY already in the pre-market. So that's it for today, traders. I'm just sending my list as I see DVG already sent his list. Good morning. Wes, hi. Good morning to you. 440 in 20, yeah. mRNA, yes, I know. So you are right. It's definitely a healthy, a little bit more than healthy pullback now on the mRNA, but you know exactly that there are really good drugs in the pipeline still. So I'm wondering when it's going to find a bottom. All right, traders, so I'm just going to move to the guidance room as usual. If you have any questions regarding the TEFS account, please just write me an email. It's agi@tefs.com. And not just because of the TEFS account, but if you have any questions regarding trading and the trouble, please just let me know. You know I am here to help. So have a beautiful green morning, everyone, and I'm going to see you tomorrow. Bye. Take care.
Top of the morning to everybody, and welcome to the 44 Trading Room here. Welcome to a Thursday. We are honing in on the weekend already with one day to go after today. Well, another good day yesterday. Not going to say great, just a good day yesterday as we climbed into middle of the week, and looking forward to no problem. Okay. Yep. Perfect. All right. Yep. DVG. And welcome to Thursday. So got a lot in front of us today. Good volatility in the marketplace here today, and we are looking forward to a great trading day today, just like we've had, and just like we're going to be looking at today on this Thursday. Markets are higher, higher today, and the futures are higher, and we're looking forward to a great day of volatility here. It's important to note that today, as we get into the day today, coming off of a day yesterday where DVG was really on fire. I had a decent day yesterday, nowhere near what I'm used to, but still a green positive day. That's 3 days during this week. Profitable. We'll look at today as a fresh start on a Thursday. Bitcoin starting to move again. Fresh new record here as we get going here today on this beautiful Thursday. Well, welcome to the room. Welcome to everybody that's on social media this morning on our YouTube channel that's growing each and every day. We certainly appreciate you and what you do and what you contribute to each and every day. Thank you for Aggie for teeing us off this morning. Let's talk about these markets. Asia, in the overnight session, we saw red here in the Nikkei down 326. Hong Kong Hang Seng down 104, and the Shanghai and China up 2 points. Europe still in session. German DAX up 55. FTSE in UK up 32, and the CAC 40 in Paris down 13.52. You combine that with Asia, you've got, let's see, 3 markets up and 3 markets down. Yeah, about even on the global futures this morning. But our futures are higher this morning, and that's based on NVDA reversing the losses and trading higher, bringing the entire market up. Dow futures this morning up 149, S&P futures up 27, and the NASDAQ futures up almost 128, 127.75. Oil back over $70 per barrel now, up $1.35. And if you're in the gold patch this morning, well, you're enjoying a great day here. Gold is up $20.30 to $26.72 per troy ounce. Silver's up 13 cents, copper's down, platinum's down, and palladium is up this morning. Stock futures jumping this morning on NVIDIA, reversing losses and trading higher now. And that has got a little bit of reading here to do. They slumped in the pre-market after the chip maker giant report results that beat on both the top and bottom line. But despite doubling sales year on year, NVDA's third quarter results showed a little slowdown from previous quarters for this year in 2025, and that's why the stock had started a little bit down yesterday after the report. TGT Target recent trade imports data tells the real story behind the massive earnings miss, and then Bitcoin in the news, hitting a fresh new record as it races towards 100,000 as the rally continues here. All right. We are going to be, it's the other piece that's interesting is they have some headline news here about Trump and Fed Chair Powell about how that's going to be through negotiation. Is that seat going to change? I think it is. I don't think Powell is on Trump's front list here of people that are going to make the cut. So we'll see that and more. All right, let's say good morning to everybody here. Pick some stocks and get this day underway. All right, Vess, good morning. Mimi, good morning to you. I do have MSTR up this morning. I'm going to be watching that. It was great. Absolutely wonderful here. So we'll watch that today. Steve, good morning. Miguel, good morning to you. Mimi, good morning. Ed, good morning to you. Tim R, good morning. Good morning, Scott V. Good morning, Chris. Great to have everybody here. All right, let's talk some stocks this morning. Get you ready to rock and roll today. We should be ready to go. All right, let's get some stocks picked here. And the first one out of the gate is going to be Snow right here at 161 long. We're there right now. I'd like to see a pullback here on Snow, S-N-O-W, long at 161. There you go. There's the first one here. NVDA on the pullback is fine, but I like MSTR 540. MSTR long 540. Got to be careful with this one as it's a quick mover. We'll watch that as we get out of the gate. And then coin this morning is going to be long over 330, COIN 330. Oops, there we go. COIN long 330. There we go. And then last but not least, I've got a short here, PANW 385. This is going to be my main focus this morning. PANW, when the market is up, this stock is sinking here. So 385. I'll get the level 2 up, look at the gap this morning. Not sure if we're going to be able to trade that. Let's see here. Yep. PANW. Yeah, well, about $1.50 right now. Hopefully that tightens up at the start of the day here, so we'll see what's going on. All right, we are ready to go. Vivian, good morning to you. Great to have you here this morning. Okay, super. Got, yep, we are ready to rock and roll. We get started in 2 minutes here. 2 seconds. All right. All right, market is open. Let's have a great day today, traders. DVG a little under the weather today. He'll join us here momentarily. Okay, watching Apple as well this morning. NVDA pulling back. Snow very flat this morning here. Let's expand this chart just a little. Okay, MSTR coming down. Let's take a little MSTR here over. Let me get the level 2 straightened out here. Okay, there we go. Now I'm set. MSTR this morning. Let's go 535. Yep, MSTR long 535. Small share size to start. MSTR long 535. I'm long the stock here. Did not get a great fill on it. Target's going to be 538, 540 actually, and stop loss will be 530 here. So let's watch this 535 entry here. If you're not in, you can get in now. And here we go, 538 coming up on it. 541, boy, oh boy, awesome traders. Big start here, 541.01 out. Okay, big start here. Small share size though to start, just a couple hundred shares here, but definitely got the 5 points here. Up almost a G note this morning on the one trade here on MSTR. Yep, absolutely. Okay, out all shares MSTR. I don't like the way this action is right off the bat here. Very volatile this morning. Missed the snow trade. Watching PANW now. Okay, coin. Why not, right? 326 coin. COIN. Coin this morning long 326. I'm sorry, 325. Let's go 324. COIN. Long 32. Yeah, let's go 322. Right here, 322. Okay. This will be a small share size trade to start, and I'm going to add to it. Watch the 322. Got about 4 cents to go here. Yep, 322 is going to be my entry. Long the stock right now, 322.04. Okay, 322.04 entry, COIN, out of the MSTR trade. I'm going to come back into MSTR here. Watch MSTR. One more time here, MSTR. I'm going to take a small share size here, 323 or 523. 523, 523, 523.08. I'm in. 523.08. I am long the stock. Yep. MSTR 523. MSTR long 523. Uh, 520 punch, and I will be gone. So 523 entry here, and I'm looking for about 8 points to the upside, actually, for that 531. Watch it. Very quick here this morning. You have to watch that bid and ask really closely. 530, 531. Oh my goodness, what a blessing this morning. 532, 532. We are out. 534 out. 533.40. I am out of this trade. Out of this trade. Wow. Wow. That's a 9-point trade. I just got, yep, 14 points out of MSTR. Big morning start here for myself here. MSTR, everything is clicking now on MSTR. That's a beautiful trade. And I'm going to, oh shoot, I forgot to look at coin. All right, it's past my stop loss here, COIN. Okay, here's what I'm going to do. I've got a losing trade on coin. I only have 200 shares. I'm going to add to the trade over 320 here. Why are you adding to a losing trade? Well, I'll tell you what. I think this stock is going to go back up. I'm going to average into the trade here with a 320. That's going to be over yesterday's close. And quite frankly, I just missed the stop loss here. Yep. Oh yeah, it's almost 8 points here. So I'm giving up what I made on the coin trade before. Okay, I'm going to add right here on coin 315, 316, 316, 315, 315.60. I'm in 400 shares now on COIN. Yep, absolutely. Average price 318.80. I can hear you just fine. Good morning to you, DVG. Hopefully you're feeling better. Maybe I gave you the cough through.
Put the kettle on, so it worked out well. I'm watching, looking for names like Snowflake, MongoDB for an opportunity to move higher, and then I'm looking for names like Netflix to move lower, potentially even MSTR. In fact, I'm going to start a short here on MSTR 533. I think we're going to see a pullback today in these names. Keep an eye on growth. So Snowflake looks great. I won't take it up here, but just remember it IPO'd for 150. So obviously we're seeing some aggressive buying here. And then MongoDB kind of is in the same camp. So if you're looking for growth names like that, they're similar to it. So I'm looking at CrowdStrike as well. Keep an eye on that.
Okay, traders, I am long coin here, and I'm about ready to short this PANW, and we're going to short it under the 392, 393, 393, short P90. Yep, 393. And this is right at yesterday's close here, right here. Okay, so watch this.
Yeah, we're in Oracle. That's a huge move on MSTR.
Yeah, it's a big moving stock today, DVG.
Yeah.
And coin about ready to take me out here. I can't believe I'm going to give back a lot of this profit I've had this morning. I'm going to hold on to coin for just a moment here.
I'm going to wait to see if 520 breaks, just because a big move on Oracle I'm going to add here, downside. Then we're going to see a big pullback here in a moment. And I'm watching Netflix here, 885. Getting ready to take a partial on MSTR. Google big drop.
Watch the entry here on PANW. I am
Adding
short
Oracle
PANW
again.
right here at 393 even. 393 even, short PANW.
I'm going to start a small position here on Netflix. I'll do 885. Netflix, I'll put it out there if I get filled. Be a small order. Look at this big pullback on the SPY, guys. It's pretty steep decline, straight down. NVIDIA had great earnings, and maybe it just wasn't up to expectation. We did get a push above 150 today, and I'm really surprised that we didn't see a huge breakout. So definitely had that one in the corner of my eye right now. Yeah, I think I'm going to add more to MSTR here. Started small, we'll add a little bit, see if we get a favorable move. If not, if we get run over, I'm going to get out of the way. Oracle looking great. Huge pullback on the SPY, guys.
A PANW stop loss is going to be 400. PANW. Still holding on here to this dumb coin trade. I am getting messed right now on coin.
Adding more to MSTR to the downside, guys. I still like Netflix, but guys, huge move in Oracle. Getting ready to take a partial here in a moment. I like it. MSTR, if we get this break under 520, I'm just going to take some off here. I don't know how deep the cut will go, but I'll let the runners do the work. But I don't want to see a bounce here. Here comes the break on MSTR. Let's see if we get a big one here. This could make my day here on MSTR. Missed Netflix, guys. Bummer. Oh well. I'm going to take a partial on Oracle here in a moment. Snowflake looking great to the upside. Here comes MSTR. Big break. There we go. All right, I'm taking some off here.
Nice.
Guys, MSTR, huge trade for me. I'll take that. 12 points. Let's go. Oracle,
Shoot,
I'll give it a little bit more.
Trade traders. Out of coin. Big loss on coin now. Well, 2 winning trades, and my 1 losing trade took care of all my 2 winning trades. How about that? And PANW is going to be the same thing here. Well, I started off good, started off great, and I just gave it all back in 1 trade.
I'm going to take a little bit more off MSTR, guys, because even this partial, like, this could make a ton of money, but I don't want to see it snap back. We just got a huge favorable move on MSTR. So I'm going to take some off right here into 512 print. I filled at 513. That's okay. That's okay. I'm going to leave, you know, basically autopilot at this point. Put my stop around 530. I can't believe I could say that out loud, you know, 10 points away. I'm actually going to put it tighter than that. 526. Just got out. So I'm all out MSTR. Oracle, I can't believe that. 14 points in, like, unbelievable. Anyways, looking at Snowflake here, potentially short 165. I don't know how far back we'll pull back. I do like those types of names today, though, to the upside. Names like Snowflake, PanW, Crowd. They're kind of growth names that have been beaten down a little bit. MongoDB. So keep an eye on them.
I'm out of PANW. Well, I'll tell you what, traders, what not to do today is to well, let me just blame it on something else. On the coin trade, I just took my, I was so pumped on the MSTR trade that I took my eye off a coin and I missed my stop loss. So that's what led me to the downward move on coin. So I've turned my green day red. 2 winning trades, 2 losing day trades, and I am red this morning. And that's not the way you want to do it, for sure.
Building a position here in NVIDIA on 147.05 to the upside. I really wanted to short Netflix today, guys. I missed it. I didn't get my fill at 885, so I'm going to cancel that Netflix order because if we get back up to 885, I don't want anything to do with it. I feel like every time I say that, it really tanks. So maybe I didn't miss it. Maybe this is the time, but I'm not going to force the trade. Huge trade on MSTR, guys, this morning. That made my day. Oracle, I'm going to get ready to take a partial here. I'm expecting a break at least to the close. Oh man, Netflix, come on.
Look at Apple on its rear end too now. MSTR looking great. I'm going to take a NVDA trade here, 147 long. NVDA 147 long.
It will be in that one together.
I'll post it here. Okay. Are you long the stock right now?
Yeah, I'm already 147.05 as I put it out there and got filled. So
okay, good. I'm going to come in.
If we come back through that level, I'll add probably. Guys, this Netflix short looked beautiful this morning. And now, bummer. Oh well. Getting ready to take a partial hill on Oracle. I wanted to see a deeper cut here, so I'll wait and see how this candle closes here. If it breaks lower, great, I can hang on. All right, I'm going to add the NVIDIA here in a moment. If we get above 147.30, so I'm actually going to put them up there right now. See if we can help, get above that previous candle. 147.30, I'll add. And I am looking for that 150 breakout. But it very, very, very well could just tank. So stop will be 145.70 on NVIDIA. This Oracle trade is turning into a nothing burger for me. I'll wait.
Okay, beautiful move on NVDA. Hopefully we continue this higher now.
Tesla finding a bottom here. Where's Jim at? Yeah, I'll get out of Oracle at basically break even. I thought we'd get a bigger break. We had a nice move. We were in the right direction there. We start pushing anything above 193, I'll get out of the way.
Come on, NVIDIA. 149 target. I'm looking for 2 points on the trade here.
I'm with you on that. We got 1 cent away from my ad just now. I think we're going to get it this time, though. 147.30. They're up there. If you want them, come get them. I'll buy them. Let's see. Still in the Oracle trade. I'm looking at watching Netflix. I canceled that 885 entry short, guys. So I want to see what it does here. If it tries to get anywhere near that 890 level, I might get interested in shorting a double top. So we'll see. Nice move here on NVIDIA. We just got added into that position. Tesla looking great. Very strong off the bottom here. Snowflake also looking great. MongoDB looking great for upside moves here. All right, guys, I'll be right back.
Watch the 148 here. Still not going to be green until if I could get to 150, I would be green here on this trade, but I'm going to take some off here and I'm not going to make that 150 right at the start. Go, NVIDIA, go. 149 target. Go, baby. 149 target. Come on. Coming off the bottom. Mara at the top of the day right now.
I just realized I was talking to myself.
That happens.
So NVIDIA, I'm going to wait for the push above 150, Scott, on this thing. I'm watching Tesla, and Tesla's moving pretty sharply to the upside. I think NVIDIA tries again, see what the 150 looks like. You know, maybe find more buyers. Meanwhile, MSTR is pulling back, still in the Oracle trade, barely hanging on. I don't want to see a breach above that VWAP. Strong pullback on PanW, not surprising. We're seeing a nice move in IGV, kind of that expanded mid cap type tech ETF. So that's names like Snowflake, MongoDB, CrowdStrike, etc. If you look at CrowdStrike, we're breaking out now. So not surprising. That was kind of what I was thinking was going to happen today. We'll see some movement in those beaten down names in the tech space. So hopefully some of you guys took advantage of that move in Snow or MDB.
Okay, I'm going to take it right here. 80 out, 470, 80 out, NVDA. Just because I don't need to have it going my opposite direction here as I'm down for the day here. I'm inching my way back. 3 green trades, 2 red trades, and the 2 red trades bit me pretty bad this morning. There's PANW again coming back down.
Yeah, I was a day early on Google's push to the downside. I knew they were going to get some news around their antitrust and monopolization via the Chrome browser. DOJ put out their information and kind of protocol what they're planning to do, but then Europe stepped in and they have their own group of, you know, things they want to go after. So, you know, not surprising to see Google see what the 170 looks like. Worth noting 164 is a big level for Google. Still waiting for Oracle to break down. MSTR down at 510 now, guys. Coulda, shoulda, woulda, right? I mean, we had a nice chunk. We paid ourselves, rule number 1. Got stopped out on the runners. This goes back to when I talk about journaling and being willing to hang on until the VWAP. This is a perfect example live that I'm watching of, man, this is what I'm trying to get better at, just holding the bounce to get a deeper cut here on the breakdown.
Perfect timing on NVDA. I'm out all shares NVDA. I can always come back in here at 147.
Qualcomm. Watching Qualcomm. SMCI, don't really like that. AVGO, don't really like that either. AMD, not so much. That's huge breakdown in MSTR now. Wow. Wow, 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 MSTR. No.
Right. Look at it roll.
Oh man.
Okay, I'm going to go along
Wasn't a huge
again,
sale.
NVDA. I will not repost this. 147, I'm going to come in. Remember, all shares have been gone, NVDA, so I'm coming in fresh now, NVDA. This is a pullback here on Mara, NVDA, MSTR. Look at MSTR getting crushed.
Yeah, thanks, Kev. No, I'm still keeping an eye on Netflix. I still have a short in Oracle. I'm looking around. Behaviorally, I don't really like this pullback in Nvidia. I thought it would, continue that push above the VWAP. We're getting close to my stop loss on Nvidia. I'll wait just in case we do like a, undercut and then move higher. But we're kind of right there. Like I don't want to risk a whole lot more here if we don't bounce soon. Guys, MSTR's at 492. You want to talk about a coulda, shoulda, woulda? I'll be writing about this one in my journal today. We hit the entry. I moved my stop loss a little too tight, even though we got paid on majority of that move. But this move right here, that's another what, 20 points? That's a big deal. All right, MongoDB breaking out, Snowflake breaking out. Again, not surprising. But the big tech names are kind of getting sold right now. Still watching Netflix. I might go for it, guys. I might short this thing. Still waiting. At this point, I think I may just do a market order if I choose to short it. Right here, maybe. Yeah, we'll start here. Let's see what I get filled at. All right, 881. Let's do it. 881.03 just got in there. Small size. It's a really small size. I'm happy to add to Netflix though. It's right where it's at right now. That must have been my block that I got. So we'll see what happens. All right, NVIDIA's making me nervous now. Come on, Netflix. Anything under an 880 print, I'll add.
I'm going to put Netflix up here on my other chart.
Guys, big breakdown Meta. Apple now aiming lower. Again, big tech's getting kind of slammed.
Still waiting. Still looking at NVDA as a long here.
All right, guys, I'm about to get stopped out here on NVIDIA. But we are short Oracle, and we are currently short Netflix. Here comes the move on Oracle. Finally, come on, one time. Watching the cues here, I think I might buy some put options if I see a break under 501. Let's see. Maybe this becomes a double bottom on the day, so I'll be careful here.
I'm going to go NVDA 146 now.
There goes MSTR, guys. If I just left that one trade for the rest of the day, could you imagine? 50 points right now. Coulda, shoulda, woulda. All right, I'm going to probably dump NVIDIA here any second. I don't like this pullback here. Oracle's moving nicely to, in my favor. I'm watching Apple here down at this 226 print. And I'm picking up some put options here on the Qs. If we break the 500 print, I'm going to load this thing up. And just because I'm not getting that huge breakdown on Oracle right now, I may trim here. So it's basically a partial, but I don't really like the fact that it didn't drop like I wanted it to. It might still, we'll see. Okay, we're out of NVIDIA. Small loss. Just added right now to the Qs under the 500 print, put options. I'm going to actually go heavy on this thing. We'll see. Okay, adding a few more here to the Qs as we print a new low, session low. If we break now, I'm looking for a 498 print where I take, I don't know, 3/4 of these put options off.
No trade NVDA. Wow.
Here we go. Getting ready to take a partial here on Oracle just because it's a slow mover. I'd rather focus on other things. My Netflix position, it's whatever. It's such a small position. It gets over 885 aggressively, I'll probably just get out of the way. But should see a break now. Should see. Apple's lower, Meta's lower, Nvidia's lower. Tesla's trying to hang on to the 200 EMA. So I'm targeting 498 before I take a ton off of these put options here on the Qs. Guys, MSTR is printing a 474 handle now. 472 handle now. Ho, ho, ho. What is happening with MSTR? 470?
Unbelievable. Look at a dive, though, too, with volume to the downside.
My goodness.
Remember, we played that thing twice to the upside today.
Yeah, I shorted it up at 430 or 533 rather. I thought I was a hero taking it for 15, 16 points. But man, this is
I took it long today twice and won
really?
both trades. Yeah.
Wow.
Unbelievable.
I'm gonna probably add to Netflix here in a minute. Get anywhere near my initial entry, I'm gonna hit it. So it's actually a trade I care about watching. Oracle's just hanging this 192 area. If we break that 191 handle again, I'll probably just take half the position off. Guys, Snowflake is up 30% today. 30%. What is going on today? Apple just broke down.
MSTR. Taking the bounce is very risky. There's no doubt about it. I'm going to go 144.50 now, NVDA long. Watch this trade here, 144.50 NVDA long. Fighting my urge to go short here. See if we get it. 144.50.
Okay, I'm going to get ready to take 3/4 off on the Qs. I want to see, again, 498 print would be great. Let's see what happens here. Here we go. Here we go. I think a big tape bomb is coming, like MSTR. I mean, look, to see this pullback in MSTR, I'm not surprised, to be honest. There's like intrinsic value printed all over that thing. You know, it's operating as a hedge. I was getting notifications last night, you know, Bitcoin is at 95,000, 97,000. Like, I was like, oh my God, this thing just keeps going. And the reality is, based on the cup and handle, you know, let's say technical analysis, it had room technically to about 112, and it still does. You know, for that, the size of the cup and the handle that was created. So it could go that high. I don't know if it is going to go that high, but I mean, you tell me, if you bought MSTR, heck, 3 days ago at 440, and you could sell it for, you know, 100 points in favor in 2 days. If you had, you know, a small position, that'd be worth megabucks. So again, not surprising. And part of the reason I was even willing to take that risk today, but the fact that I was even, you know, dropped down to 512, and I'm like, all right, I'll give it, you know, 14 points. I was really thinking like 525, and I saw it bounce, and I put, okay, 526, and immediately got filled. That's pretty wild. 14-point spread like that to just, you know, get taken out, and then we drop another 40 points. Learning opportunity for me on this one today, for sure.
And you got to hand it to a lot of people that have been, DVG, hand it to a lot of people that have been in crypto or specifically Bitcoin for a long time. It's like that urge to sell and take profits is really, really tough. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no doubt.
You're wanting to cover, you want to take profits, you're wanting to do what's right, and then you miss a huge move that would have made you a multi-millionaire.
Investing versus trading, I would say, right? I mean,
yeah,
100%. Time in the market versus timing the market. A lot of what we're doing in this business is timing the market versus, you know, obviously I recommend for those of you guys that are day trading, you know, definitely have a portfolio of investments if you don't already. You know, you've got long-term investments, and then you've got day trading to take advantage of the moves intraday, which is what we're doing here. But you know, I'm disappointed. I sold my coin. I think the first time I hit $200 back in the day, and sold pretty much the entire position. As far as Bitcoin is concerned, well, had my chance and I blew it. Long-term real estate, yeah, Michael, for sure. That's definitely part of the portfolio plan. Sorry, I missed a couple notes here. MSTR 480 bounce. So we already passed that. I guess. Does that mean coin's going to go up? Coin is closer tied to, let's say, for example, Bitcoin futures. So if we're seeing a pullback in Bitcoin futures, then coin will probably retreat a bit. But MSCR, this is a total FOMO MOMO move. Does it mean it'll stop? Maybe not, right? Because at the end of the day, greed is an interesting emotion. But I would definitely be cautious. Let me see what was that move worth? Let's see in this TR. I'm just going to look from Monday. So let's see. There's today, yesterday, Monday. All right. So it's at 381. So 381. So it went up 43% in 2 days. People are surprised that people are taking profits in this thing. Come on. Arguably, that had to be one of my easiest trades ever. Like my risk to the upside would have been whatever, but yeah, I missed out on bulk of the move here. Well, we're all out of Oracle now. So it was kind of like a flat trade, I would say. We're getting some random volume in the SPY. Tesla taking advantage of that. Oracle taking advantage of it, actually. Yeah, you know what? I missed the move this morning on Meta for sure. I was more focused. I mean, this morning I was a little bit late. As you guys would know, typically we'll drink tea in the morning, and I was a little bit late on the getting the kettle on and getting all sorted out. So it's a couple minutes late to the party, but in my mind, I was like, look, I think the ancillary tech names are going to benefit from today. Probably see some profit taking in the big names. We're seeing that now, but like I'm going to probably get out of this Netflix position with a small loss. I'm respecting this 885 level. Let's see what happens. I don't mind. I mean, it's such a small position. The NVIDIA loss, that one kind of hurt a little bit, but this MSTR trade alone made my day. Oracle trade was almost flat. So I'd say, green day, good day, not bad. But now we're seeing, okay, I'm going to get out of Netflix. Can't trade out in the spike just yet, but I have a feeling it's going to go for it. That's a big move on the SPY now. Huge bullish engulf right there. Let me let this candle finish. If we print green on Netflix, I'll get out of that. I'll wait. I'm glad I got out of the way of Oracle. Look at it go now. Looking like it wants to break out. Also Dell. Let's see what Dell is doing. Okay, I'll stay away from Dell. So we talk about winning in buckets, losing in spoons. We lost a little bit on Netflix again, almost negligible, the loss. Such a small position. Oracle, again, I would argue I made a little bit of money on that. It wasn't a ton of money, but made some. Nvidia was, yeah, total losing trade there. But you know, we made a ton of money this morning on MSTR. So winning buckets, losing spoons, that's the concept, that's the game. I'm trying to see if there's any news on Oracle to make it behave this way. I don't, that's why we have stop losses, right? What a beautiful move on Oracle to the upside. And now Netflix as well. So all the reason we have stop losses in place to make sure that if we do lose, it's small. You know, you easily could switch gears. I don't typically like to do that, but sometimes I do if like we're down at the bottom, like a meta, right? Granted, we have a rule now for the next, I don't know, couple weeks. You can only short meta, I can't go long. But like that, this bounce is super bullish across the market, right?
Traders,
So,
those of you that are in the NVDA trade, I am long this stock as posted here, that 144.60. I'm going to add it 146 DVG. See if we can get 147 out of this now.
tempted to hit Snowflake here long. I normally like to short that stock too, but what an impressive performance today. 31%. That's a huge move. You know, sometimes people are like, oh yeah, markets are so volatile. Like, yeah, we as traders, we love volatility. You know?
Right.
So if you're on the wrong side of the trade, just get out of the way. But if you're on the right side of the trade, I mean, this thing can print you some money pretty quick. So, you know, I would hate to buy Snow up here at 170, and I won't. But maybe I missed the move. You know, it's got room all the way to 237 to be high of the year. Does it happen today? Probably not, but I don't know. Stranger things have happened.
I think NVDA will be a little bit of trouble here just because of the volume. Netflix huge now. Again, if you're chiming into the market here and looking at, hey, where are we at? Where do we start? Remember, we started the day higher. And as we go into the day here and we're looking at, hey, where are we going to go? What's the overall market doing right now? And how can I judge that? NASDAQ opened 100 points higher. Now it's down 88 points, right? So that big sucking sound that you saw earlier that DVG was commenting on, where we saw MSTR start to hit the bottom, that was met by some selling across the board here. Now NASDAQ's down 92, almost 93. S&P down a half a point, and the Dow's up 151.
So I took a smaller position in MongoDB in case we decide to break out. It's similar to Snowflake, but I do like the stair step as we go up. Looking to see if we print a new high of day. Look at Netflix and Oracle. You know, good thing is we shorted that from the beginning. As soon as we saw it move against, get out of the way. Imagine even that small position I had on Netflix, that would be, you know, what, 10 points? So the key is, you know, be okay with losing and losing quickly. For those of you guys who are looking, you know, bullish on those two names, congratulations, because what a turnaround. Huge, huge, huge move. Okay, I'm gonna add a little more to Mongo here, MongoDB. It's MDB. Nice move here. Up a nice 2 points. Let's see if we get a little more. Come on, break out. Any attempt up here at this high of day, 322 and change. I'm going to probably take a small partial. Obviously, really, really structured for a strong breakout here on MongoDB. But again, I'm not going to get too greedy. We'll pay ourselves first. Here we go. We should get it now. 322 print. Come on. Watching level 2.
141 will be my stop now on NVDA.
Tell you one thing, if the buyers come meet these sellers, there's a couple, you know, like 200 shares in the 321 print. After that, they're all for sale up at like 322 and a half. So we should get the breakout here on Mongo pretty soon. If not, I'm going to trim up here. Strong pullback in the Qs might force me to take a partial here on MongoDB. I'll wait. Not much longer though. Because rule number 1, pay yourself first. 2 points is not a bad payday. Okay, let's see. All right, we just took some off. Nice 320. Boom! What a great fill. I just got that 322 print.
Wow, super.
Oh, that was lucky.
Out of NVDA with losing trade? Out of NVDA with a losing trade?
Sometimes it doesn't always work out that way when you hit a market order, but that worked out in my favor. So I'm glad we took a partial there. Let's see if we get an actual breakout now. We're right up here at the high of day. But we're seeing Tesla roll over. We're seeing NVIDIA roll over, coin at the lows. MSTR back, you know, tempting that 470. Apple aiming lower. Meta aiming lower. Guys, it is a great day to be a trader today. The volatility is fantastic. You know, sticking to your rules, right? Like, pay yourself first. Rule number 1. manage your trades, you know, avoid big losses. Like, again, Netflix could have been devastating today, even with a small position. You know, you don't want to be on the wrong side of that move. Oracle, same thing, was kind of slow. I saw it kind of consolidating near the lows. We trimmed up and then, you know, took a small loss because I didn't want to see a move over anything above 192.80. So I ran my entries. I think we got out. Let me look. 192.88. So 8-cent loss. Who cares? Guys, here's the breakout on MongoDB. MongoDB is moving now. Let's go.
Nice job.
You know, Tesla is kind of interesting right here. 50-50. Someone sent me a private message asking about Tesla. Like, it could easily do what it's doing now and break lower, but you want to see basically do buyers step in here and have a little battle with the bears. I'm going to get ready to take a little bit more off of MongoDB here. Just hanging on a little bit longer, seeing if we actually can get over like a 323 plus. You know what I mean? Like if it just starts to rip. The spreads are getting huge now. $1.44 spread. Yeah, let's get, you know, a handful of buyers to pick up, you know, 400 or 500 shares between them, and I will dump into that price action for sure.
Well,
so we saw. Oh, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, I started off green, I turned red, and now I'm a little bit more red now on NVDA. And certainly not going to go short here, but maybe short on a bounce if this continues. There's the Netflix trade at the top. So the market is kind of mixed right now. Look at MSTR. Gosh, dog.
Well, I am going to go ahead and get ready to take a partial here on these put options for the Qs, y'all. This is kind of my protection for any long positions. Golly, MSTR down at 462 now. Whew. I will say this much, looking at the price action on names like Oracle and even Netflix, for me, that looks like a, you know, definitely a short squeeze. And now seeing it sell back down, maybe those buyers weren't real. You know, we're seeing the Qs and the SPY aim lower, new session lows. So maybe this is where the real sell-off happens. Maybe we get a second chance here on Netflix. I really like the 890 rejection, but now that we just put in a new all-time high, kind of hard to short that. But okay, guys, getting ready. I should see a nice snap down below 498 on these Qs, and I will take 3/4 of my put options off and let the rest do what they want. So if we don't get that break, I'm going to take them off here in a moment. Up nicely on those put options.
I think, yeah, 385, 386. Ficus, I think the 385 even makes more sense here to the downside.
Qs are tagging its anchored VWAP. So if I get, here we go, 497 print. Let's see if we get a real big down leg now, and I will take 3/4 of these Q put options off. Waiting, waiting, waiting. I'm not going to be greedy. That's good enough for me. Taking 3/4 off there. Who was asking about meta short? 560 area. We got the 559 and change now dumped. Hopefully you took that. Who was that? Let's see. I'm trying to find it here in the notes here. Where'd it go? Someone was asking, when are we going to short meta again? Did I miss that? Yeah, I don't see it for some reason. That's where I saw it today. So rule number 1 on display for y'all, MongoDB, right? 322 print, took majority of the position off. Trying to see if we can let some run. But now that I'm seeing the SPY and the Qs aim lower, I might dump this thing. But I don't mind because we took advantage of, a nice move to the upside, paid ourselves on the upside move. And now we're slightly red on the, on a smaller position. Meanwhile, though, the Qs, I mean, what a handsome print that was. We'll take a few more off here, just in case we decide to bounce. Only reason being, literally, we're at the anchor VWAP. I'm seeing some rejection at the anchor VWAP from the highs on the Qs. So does that mean it becomes a floor? Does that mean it becomes a ceiling? I don't know. Good news is let's take advantage of the trade. I'm all out MongoDB. I'm not going to wait for the bounce off the VWAP. Don't need to. Had a successful trade. Give me back a few bucks. That's okay with me. Guys, MSTR is at 446. Scott, I might cry myself to sleep on that one tonight. Wow.
There's no doubt you'll lose some sleep on a trade like that.
Wow.
Look at that MSTR.
Beat up almost 100 points from my entry. Almost. That's so wild to say out loud. Look at it. It's at 441 now. Oh. Brutal. Absolutely brutal. You know what I should have done? Just put the trade on and then just go enjoy my tea and not even look at it. Just like, yeah, put a stop loss, walk away. Look at this. I'd be up 100 points. At 433, I'd be up 100 points on that trade. Oh. Shoulda, shoulda, woulda. Oh, well. Let's see if we can find something else. Meta's really falling apart. I think the 550 number, if you snap that 550, it's game over. It's, 545 is a probability. In fact, I'm watching it now. I'd hate to grab it here at the lows, but who was it? Who was it that mentioned it? Was it Miguel? Maybe?
Mention what? The
On shorting Meta. Because I was talking about, like, we only have one option. That's strong bounce.
Yeah.
We got to like 559. I'm like, well, let's see what happens. Markets are moving higher. And then we just saw big money sell into the VWAP on the Qs and the SPY. And it really had an impact on Meta, pushing it down to 552. Yeah, Miguel. Okay, right on, yeah. Seeing if my memory still works. Guys, officially, coulda, shoulda, woulda, right? I held my original position in MSCR. I'd be up 100 points in a day. I didn't, so I don't want to start. I want to keep talking about it, but that's pretty wild. That is pretty wild.
That's huge.
Oh, well. Wow.
Crazy, right?
So I still have a couple of these put options left on the Qs. I'll keep them open here for a bit. If we bounce, I'm watching NVIDIA 142 right here. Maybe get a second chance at a lower buy-in, but I don't want to catch a falling knife here. Need to see markets show support right at this anchored VWAP. It's literally right there. What do you think, Scott? Go for it. 142.30.
Yeah, why not? I'm gonna go too.
All right, let's do it.
Go ahead and post it. I'll follow you in
All right.
right here. I'm long the stock 142.50. Target 144. I'm full share size here. If this doesn't work out, my day's going to be red.
Target here 144.5, I would say. Ish.
Yep.
Horseshoes and hand grenades. Anywhere near it, just take it. So Scott and team here, friendly reminder, I will be gone tomorrow. And from what I understand, I might even be gone Monday. I think our flight comes back Monday, like a red eye. So I might land at, 10. So
Yeah, we will be here.
I'll do what I can to be here on Monday, but I don't know for sure. By the time you get an Uber and do all that, who knows when I'll be.
No, it's I wouldn't even rush it. I wouldn't even rush it. Take the day and enjoy. Although in your case, you got to get back and pay for the trip, right? Make some cash while you're to cover everything. Trade it up. What's your target NVDA? DVG. Think we can get 144?
Yeah, Mark, that is an interesting level. If you're thinking a breakout's going to happen, it might be worth getting in now and then minimize your downside. But it's got to be a one-way trip on that one, right? See a 170 print and then just blast off, having to be up 31% on the day while markets are aiming lower. I mean, I'd say there's interested parties to buy it.
DVG, what's your target NVDA? You think we get the 144 or no?
Yeah, I mean, I want to see a 144.40. That's kind of like where I'd love to be on the trade. Obviously, as it's aiming lower, I'm not going to fight this thing. I'm keeping an eye on the Qs more so than NVIDIA, because literally right now it just keeps bouncing off this anchored VWAP. But if it snaps lower, NVIDIA is likely to go with it. So I'll just get out of the way. But I'm still hanging on right now.
We got to get some volume into it.
Heck, I might add right at my entry if we get up there again. Like a half size, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
Level 2 here real quick. Yeah, I'll grab some more. Same entry. I'll put them up there if we get there. I'm just more concerned that Tesla's at the low of day. Qs are kind of here at the lows. Like it takes a sneak. Here comes Meta under 550. I don't know if anybody took that trade, but that's the break you want. I think 547 inevitable on Meta. See 547, partial, then 545, and then just let it creep to the downside. I just added to NVIDIA. Let's see if we get a pop here. 144.40 target for. I'm going to take 3/4 off. I don't know if this market's going to bounce or not. Still have a couple of put options on the Qs. But I'd rather see NVIDIA bounce higher and get rid of my put options than have NVIDIA go down.
Yeah, I really need NVIDIA here. I went in full share size to start on the trade, so I really got to get it going here.
It's decision time now. $142 is a pretty big level for NVIDIA. But if we lose 142, I mean, 139 becomes a possibility on the day. But I don't know. Good earnings. You know, maybe people were just at par or at expectation, and they're like, look, let's just taper off our position here. You know, it's a lot of big fund managers that have huge positions coming in towards the end of the year. Maybe there's some, you know, tax loss or even potential window dressing happening as we kind of wrap up the year. We're coming into retail earnings next week, so that'll give some perspective on the consumer, additional perspective. And then, you know, the initial jobless claims this morning, surprisingly, you know, it looked good, you know, less people filing for unemployment, etc. So arguably we should be moving higher, which is what the initial move was. But seeing this sell-off is telling me, again, let's not forget, seasonality is important. We're wrapping up here towards the end of the year. So all the more reason, take your money when you can. What is it you say, Scott? Like a thief in the night, take your money and leave, or what was it?
Yeah, absolutely. Like you're robbing a store. You go in there and you rob it, you steal it, and you take off and you never return. You never look back.
It's just sprint. Well, I think here comes the move. We should see a pop here in NVIDIA. If not, guys, I'm gonna be forced to at a minimum taper the position at a minimum. But now that we just breached this 142.50, keep an eye on level 2. There's a lot of shares moving through this thing right now. Let's see what happens. Here we go. 177 million shares have gone through NVIDIA today. Let's see if we get a big push. Again, 144.40 is first target here. Here comes the move. Let's go. Look at this, guys. I wish you could see my screen right now. Anchored VWAP on the Qs, holding up, I mean, literally by the skin of its teeth, showing some force here, like saying, hey, we will not go below this line. So I'll happily dump the rest of my put options here as NVIDIA breaches 143 just now. Let's get a 144 print, y'all. Let's go.
Let's go.
All right, dumping the last of the Qs. I don't mind. Now I really want this NVIDIA trade to play out. Let's go. Yeah, I don't know if you guys remember, I had a position, and I cut my position in half, like tapered it on AV yesterday, and I put them for sale at 201, thinking, if it happens, it happens. Put a stop loss, you know, not too far from my entry. They filled at 201. It was kind of cool. I've been able to walk away for the day and come back, hit your target. I was like, wait, where did that position go? I must have lost on it, and it was amazing. So kind of nice when stuff
Love
like
it
that
when
happens.
it happens. Yep.
Yeah. We need the push right now.
Become humble.
I want to see
all at the same
candle
time.
on. Scott, where's your first partial? Where are you coming out?
I'm going to hold on to the 44. I mean, I think. Yeah.
44 trading, baby. Let's get that 44.
Yeah, why not? Just let it roll. I've got full share size on it, and I know that 44, anything over 44 is going to get me green for the day. It's been one of those tumultuous days.
30,000 shares right here that just got picked up. Boom. Just now, we should see some movement. Someone just bought 30,000 shares right at this level. Oh, now we're seeing them stack up at the 55, now the 60s. Okay, we're moving higher. Let's go. I may take some off here, Scott. Just to be, pay yourself first kind of thing.
Yep.
Let's do it. I'm going to take, it's a point. I'm not in love with just one point here, but rules are rules. Let's see how this plays out. I'll wait for this candle to complete.
Market accelerating to the downside on the NASDAQ. Down 183. Come on, NVDA. Do it for us here. This will make my day.
Almost there. Almost there. All right, I'm going to take half off of NVIDIA right here in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. There we go. All right, taking off. It's got a 68 print. That's fine. I'll take it. I'll take it. Whoa. Whoa, whoa. Did you see that? Everyone had the same idea, I guess.
Yeah.
Half off at 143.68. So, a little over a point. I'm not too worried about it. I'm going to leave the, half to run. So you guys remember we did add the position at the original entry. So taking half the risk off if there is some downside exposure, but I do love the fact that we just put in a nice, a beautiful, I would call it a hammer, but here we go. We're going to get it now. Watching the sellers stack up now. 143.90 is the big level now. 143.90. Getting some sellers stacked up there. You know what? I might let this half go until we hit high of day. Huh?
Well, I'll tell you what, 144.12, and I make some money for the day. And hopefully we get even more. Hopefully 145. 145 will be a nice day. Remember, full share size trade I came in with at the start. MSTR off the bottom as well.
So the only trouble I have right now with NVIDIA with that, 2-3 minutes ago, you could argue that's a hammer, but typically a hammer is, a green version of what that looks like. That could be interpreted as what's called a hanging man candle, which kind of means we're going to head lower. But the fact is, that was just a big seller that came in and sold a big block and just picked up, a ton of shares. So there is some risk to the downside on NVIDIA, which is part of the reason, I was taking a partial because rule number 1, right? But it is concerning because technically that is more of a hanging man versus a hammer because it's not a green candle. But for those of you guys doing your homework on candlestick patterns. So if you remember when I first mentioned, yeah, you could say it's kind of a hammer, but that's just because I'm long the stock right now. I want to interpret it that way, but
Because the candle wasn't green, it didn't close higher. It's technically not a hammer. Oh, the joys of trading.
Yeah.
All right,
Always
so
fun.
MSTR, guys. Go ahead. MSTR dropped to 425 and is now back at 460. If you guys are into some volatility, that's your stock for the day. How many shares have gone through that thing today? 44 million shares have gone through MSTR today. Average is 27 million. Vincent, have you been reading up on the candlestick patterns? No, I'm just saying could be some weekend learning if you're into it, like just learning all the different candlestick patterns. Didn't mean to pick on you, Vincent. You just, I'm gonna say you're one of my dudes, man. You know what I mean? I appreciate you following along typically on the trades is that, but you know, it's important to know, again, candlestick pattern, technical analysis, part of that is it's fun to learn. Or maybe you already know it, I don't know. But so for the
50
community,
cents away now from the 144 NVDA.
let's get it. Yeah, I'll take some more off. If I see 144.40, it's kind of was my original target. So if we get there, all right on. Cool, Vincent.
Don't fail me here at the top.
Right? Ah, okay, cool. That's good to know, Vincent. I didn't know that. I didn't know that. Yeah, I do everything I can to increase my probability of trading, whether that's using levels, moving averages, candlestick patterns on multiple time frames, etc., as you guys know. And then if like even Oracle's a perfect example, right? You guys hear me talking about it as it was finding support down at the 191 area. Like, I don't really like how this looks. We should have broke sooner. So I trim my position, which mitigates my risk. And sometimes, even though you have things that you think are going to move in your favor, etc., it doesn't happen. So being okay with being wrong is, I think, an important part of the psychology of trading. It doesn't mean that you have to beat yourself up about it. It just means, okay, well, maybe that entry was wrong. Maybe I needed to wait on a retest. Maybe you know what I mean? So I think NVIDIA, like right now, it just keeps kind of retesting this level here, 143.5. It has to make a decision like ASAP. Who was watching PanW earlier? I got that up on a screen. Watching it here at the VWAP, it just so happens it coincides with the 390 and change print, but 50-50 trade right there, higher or lower. They also reported earnings, beat top and bottom. Again, part of this expanded tech outside the Mag 7. Oh, come on, NVIDIA. You're right there. Let's go. Let's go. 100,000 shares just flashed on the sell side up in the 90s, 143.90s. Trying to scare off the buyers. Okay, drop down to about 10,000. Here comes 144.
There you go. Boom, baby, boom. Now 145. I'm going to get a little greedy here and wait a minute.
VWAP maybe? Close? It's the VWAP and the close are right at the same level, 146.05.
Yep.
Well, a deal's a deal. I'm going to take a little bit more off here. 144.40 is the target for next partial. We're going to get it, I think. Horseshoes and hand grenades, if it's, 144.30 something, whatever. But I love the 144 print, so I'll definitely get paid up here a little bit on some of my runners. Okay. There we go. There we go. All right. Taking half off of the half. So quarter size position now in NVIDIA, leaving risk off the table. I don't mind holding this until high of day, honestly. SPY, big push now above the 200 EMA. For those of you guys who have your 200 EMA on the SPY, take a look at that. Right when we tagged it and found support above it, that candle closed right above the 200 EMA. It just pushed. I don't know if you guys saw that. That was a big pop there. Vincent, wrap it up. I don't know what you mean by that. Steve, you're waiting for 145 too? I love it. It's like a community trade here, it sounds like.
Right on. Well, Steve, 145 will make me really nice and green here. So,
I mean, the SPY is like, it's ripping now. It's looking for some blue skies here. Anything over 591.71 should start to attempt high of day on the SPY. Q's having a little bit of trouble with 200 right now. So you definitely want to see a pop over 502.60 on the Q's. And if you guys recall, part of what originally took the puts and the Q's as a hedge to any long positions I was looking for. We took MongoDB, got paid. NVIDIA got paid. And as the Q's moved against, like obviously we got paid on the way down. And as it's moving against, I'm pulling them out of the way because I don't want that risk, right? And at a certain point, we got it completely out. I have 144.42, a big level for NVIDIA. We talked about that level actually this whole week, since Monday. If you guys remember, I was trying to get in there and, see if we could get to that 150 print. But I would argue maybe even that was last week as well. We were talking about that level. But I really want to hang on for a push above 150. Will I be bummed that it's not the, full size that it took? No. But always add later. Guys, watch the Qs here. 502.60 is what you want to see if you're bullish. This rejection right now, right at 200 EMA, is a little concerning, but I think the bulls know what they need to do here.
go, baby, go. I'm starting to get greedy here, and that's not a good sign. I'm going to take some off here as we start to climb one more time here. 14.22, 144.22. I'm going to take 3/4 of the trade off. I'm going to leave the quarter for 145 here. Just turned green, which is good. All that battling today. Man, all the battling. Come on, 145. Now I can get greedy. Now I can get greedy.
Here comes 50260 on the Qs. Any moment. Did you see that? I don't know. Who was it? It was one of our newer folks who just joined. I think it was Amanda, right? Amanda, I'm not sure if you had the Qs up there, but hopefully you're able to see that.
Come on, 145. Let's go.
Qs should start to get some legs here. I do not see a reason why, like, okay, we definitely need to try 504.10 next on the Qs. If we print a 506 today, it would be an ugly cup and handle for the day. Like, so you'd want to see a pullback up at around the 506 area. Worth noting, the Q's all-time high is 515, but this is kind of the perfect setup right now for a move. Let's see. Let me see what the bottom of this move is here. So 1.9%. Let's do this. Go 1.9%. Oh, it's funny how that works. So 1.9% above today puts us at 516.62, which would put us above all-time highs on the Qs. So if a cup and handle starts to form here, y'all, I mean, it's pretty ugly. It's not like a very solid cup and handle, but on the day here, so think about going up to 506 and change, maybe a little bit of a breach, push higher, and then a small pullback around 504, and that becomes your base. Expect that huge push to new all-time highs.
Well, I'm happy I took the profit here on the trade. Again, 143.50. I'll come out of everything. Want to make sure that I stay profitable here. Netflix off to the races here.
Yeah, yeah. Seems like 900 is feasible now on Netflix. Who would have thought? You know, the initial reaction was, "Oh my gosh, they had some errors." You know, people were losing connectivity, etc. But I think when they saw the numbers of like 100 million people tuned in, which would normally have been like a pay-per-view type event, that kind of changes Netflix's model a little bit. And potential revenue opportunity. So we talked about that, was it Monday maybe? Like it's a 50-50 thing, you know, if you look at it from one side, technical errors, but are they going to fix those technical problems? More than likely, you know what I mean? So they can handle that elastic scalability needed to handle additional volume like that. I mean, heck, retailers do it all the time, especially for like Black Friday. Right now, which I'm kind of surprised to see even names like Amazon and Microsoft not moving higher, because during this time of year is where majority of retail's spend goes through the roof in their data centers. People are using, you know, online Black Friday deals or whatever, and you need more capacity during those periods of time. And they're typically cloud vendors: Oracle, Microsoft, Amazon. So, guys, look at Netflix, $897, 900
Crazy.
without a doubt. Someone's going for it. Wow. Brilliant. Brilliant, brilliant. Let's see. Sorry, I'm just looking at getting caught up here. Miguel, do you have 200 EMA and also the 9? No, Miguel. You cannot reply. LOL, I freeze sometimes. Yeah, my side. Must be my. Okay. All good, Amanda. All good. I don't know. Miguel, are you new here as well? I love that we're growing. I almost feel like maybe for as we grow the channel. So coming into 2025, I have some pretty ambitious goals. I know Scott does as well. But we want to grow our community to 350 members minimum, ideally more, but 350 I think is very doable. And I think we're going to start celebrating, like, once we get to 100, 150, 200, more to come on that. But and obviously we'd love to have 10,000 people in our community. That'd be incredible. But as we grow, the community grows, the mind share grows, ideas grow, right? Okay, cool. Right on. Forgive me. I try to do my best to remember every person's name, but I am human. There's a lot of random data in my brain, but definitely welcome, Miguel. So to answer your question, you were asking 200 EMA and also the 9. So I have the 200 EMA for sure. I use 55, a 22, and a 12, and make sure that you have your pre-market. Like if I use TradingView as my charting tool, but you should have your pre-market action, price action, because it makes a difference on those moving averages. If you just look at the gaps versus price action, and I like to see what that price action looks like anyway, because you'll see the big moves versus just like a gap in the morning, So obviously different styles for different folks, right? So I totally get it, but that's at least what I use. I just find it kind of an easier way to visually share kind of what I'm looking at. I know Mark likes to give me a hard time that my my screens look like the MTA lines in New York, which he's not lying. They kind of do. But frankly, like I use those typically when I'm prepping for the day. And then, traditionally, if I wasn't like sharing a screen or whatever, they wouldn't be on. But because it's kind of become at least a foundation as I'm talking with the community here, I like to follow along. It's like, hey, here's yet another reason why I'm trying to take this trade. So hopefully that helps. Let's see. All right, get rid of that. Get rid of that. Okay. Glad to hear you turn it around today, Scott. From red to green, that's awesome.
Yep. Now, NVDA, I'm just going to clean this trade up, and then I will be finished with the day here. But I'll see if it holds. Actually, DVG, I'm just going to see if it holds 144. If we don't hold 144, then I'm going to be out. I'll call it a day here.
Right on. I was watching Palo Alto Networks around that VWAP. Again, kind of making it a 50-50 trade. We move higher, maybe take advantage of a couple points. I didn't take the trade, but I've been watching it, see what it's doing. Pretty strong move though. 4 points to the upside right there above the VWAP. I think for a healthy move on Palo Alto, we see maybe a retest of the VWAP could be an opportunity to enter if it holds. And if it does, I might maybe start a small entry to the upside, assuming markets continue to move higher, which they're trying to find some footing, it looks like. But again, if I'm a bear, I want to push this market down. I know it seems obvious, but because this structure that's happening right now off the bottom, off the anchored VWAP from the highs on the Qs, you could get squeezed if you're short in this market. I may do a big chart too for the cues, so you guys can see what I'm talking about. Yeah. Hmm.
Okay, traders, I'm going to call it a day right here. Out of the NVDA trade, I'm going to make, are you ready for this? Drum roll, please. $226 today. You know, I was up close to 2 grand this morning and I gave it all back, went into the red and then bounced back nicely here with the one trade. And why did it happen? Well, because I went full share size right from the get-go, had a little nudge from DVG, decided to take it NVDA, and boom, away it goes. All right, that does it for me. DVG, have a great trip tomorrow through the weekend. Traders, I'll see you tomorrow morning. Aggie and I will be here, take you through the morning session tomorrow. Thank you for hanging out with us. Thank you for trading with us. And thank you to the YouTube community for contributing. Again, those of you that are here in the room, make sure you're posting your trades. Make sure that you're doing all that you can to forward the community. I'll talk to everybody tomorrow. Thank you, Clifton. Thank you to Aggie. DVG, enjoy the weekend, my friend. God bless you all. Godspeed. We'll see you all tomorrow. Take care.
Thanks, Scott. Appreciate it. Well, it's been a great day. I still have this position on NVIDIA. We paid ourselves first, right? Always important. But I don't mind hanging on to this for, see if we get that high of the day. That'd be amazing. Let's see. All right. You guys mind if I share kind of some ideas here in a moment? Or would you prefer to just find some trades here? What are your thoughts? Right now, I've only got the NVIDIA long position. Keeping an eye on PanW back to the VWAP on that 391, 390 print. And I'm also watching Meta to see how it behaves around 560. Yeah? All right. You guys will humor me. Give me just a second. All right.
No, I stepped away and go. I just had someone at the door. All right. Let's see. I'm going to use Bitcoin for an example first. So I'm going to steal screen here from Scott. Give me just a moment, y'all. Let's see. There we go. Where is keep an eye on that? Tesla's there. I'll swap that out for Meta. Okay. All right. Let's go here. Let me know when y'all can see my screen. Should be coming up here in just a moment. All right, can y'all see that? Or I should say, for any of you guys who can't see my screen, maybe that'd be easier. All set? Cool. All right. So for those of you guys who don't trade Bitcoin, I get it. But first and foremost, I'm going to zoom out. This is on a daily. And the reason I'm sharing this is looking for these patterns. Like what you don't want to do is, purposely try to find it just to say like, oh yeah, look, that's a cup and handle. But for the sake of talking about a cup and handle, you have typically a high, right? Then it sells off, then you test that high, then you pull back. Once you test this level, then you should, in theory, move higher, right? So let's just mark that top there. So rejection, bull forms, pullback, handle, test that level, takes off, right? Make sense? Pretty easy to follow along on that one, right? But if it helps to visually put it there, let's just do that and that, right? Then we have trend lines, so we can go here. Typically when you're drawing trend lines, you want to clone them. So make sure you clone to find where there's a fit. Oh, look at that. It's pretty darn close. So you have your cup and handle here. Once you test this level, notice what happened, right? So it tried to breach once, fake out, consolidate, there's your handle. Then once you got back up to this level, your breakout's there. And the reason I'm sharing this with you guys is if you look at this level, so call this the high here, and you measure the distance between there and the bottom of your bowl, what is that? 76%. So from there to there, 76% downside move, right? Now what you want to do is do this. You can move, oh, shucks, I'm going to have to zoom out here. And again, this isn't a guarantee, right? Geez, I still have to zoom out. Sorry, guys, give me a sec. That should do it. So when people were asking like, hey, what do you mean? How do you think it's 112 or one whatever? So this is why. So call it 76%. So up to 122. Does that make sense, y'all? So from here to the bottom of the bowl was a 76% move, right? Once you get to this level, in theory, for a big, huge breakout push in a legitimate cup and handle, which this is what a cup and handle looks like, okay? But you want to measure those peaks, and they've been tested, right? You get there, you reject, get there, reject, because people know, hey, if you push here, game over. But you need to see a handle form, which is right here. Here's your handle. And once you get to this level, for those of you guys wondering, like, hey, how in the world is Bitcoin up at, or BTC up at 97,000? Because this is supposed to be the follow through level. Supposed to be. Now, granted, is it 102, 112, 108? Who knows, right? But in theory, when you have a cup and handle breakout, that's what you're looking for, is a full extension of the same move that you had to the bottom of the bowl. Does that make sense? Does that help? This is right here, 1 day. By the way, someone's asking about time frame. See the 1D? You see that? So it's on a daily. So you know, you could really start to form fit this if you really wanted to, but you know, like, and really get every point in here. I'm just doing this like rough sketch, right? So technically, like when people first saw this, like, oh, this might be a double top, right? But and it kind of was, right? I mean, you overshot a little bit, which is fine, but you know, when you look at stages in a stock, you know, there's literally 4 stages, and you can see it right here. Stage 1, early adoption. Stage 2, right? People want to get in earlier, right? And that push happens. Stage 3, you find your peaks, which is happening here. Once you see stage 4, you see the initial reaction. What initiates the stage 4 is this shoulder. So you have your head, shoulder, drop. And that finishes your 4 stages. And then you typically will have a stage 1. The trouble is this level 4, right? If it was a completion, aka where no one wanted it, you would have ended up right around here at this level. So the fact that it held shows you that there was some strength, hence you bought. Then you know, same thing, head, shoulder. You guys see the shoulders here? Shoulder, shoulder, head, right? And down you go. So understanding technical analysis is very important, and it's easier to do this when you're looking at charts in expanded time frames. So I always, when I'm doing my, you know, research in that, depending on your time frame, I'm obviously typically trading intraday, but I'm also investing. I've got portfolios of that, right? But when you look at stuff like this and you're looking at a daily, then you can go to hourly, so you can get a tighter fit, right? Or, you know, 4 hours or hourly, and then see if it tells you either A, the same story, or B, a different story, because it can, right? So if you were, let's say, for example, in Bitcoin, I knew, you notice I have this level 26913 marked off. Anybody want to guess why I really like that level? Anybody? No wrong answers. Totally fine. And does this help, by the way? Like, I don't want to talk about this stuff if you guys don't care about it. If you prefer I'm just, you know, looking at trades, that's fine too. Anybody? Nothing? Okay. Anyhow, so I'm sharing this with you guys because if you find these patterns, it's important to know why there's optimism still on Bitcoin on this rip. Now, when I talked about today an ugly cup and handle forming, right? It's not on a daily time frame. So give me 1 second. I'm gonna see if I can clear this. Give me a sec, guys. Okay. So I'm gonna delete this. Hopefully that helps. Again, this is a rough sketch, but it's important. Like when you see these patterns, like if you just look at it like this, like would you see that cup and handle right away? No, or maybe you would. I don't know. But you need to start to like notice these things, right? Like, okay, what does a head and shoulder look like? Well, here's a head. Where's my drawing tools here? There we go. Head. Or sorry, left shoulder. My bad. Head. Come on, get there. And right shoulder. Head, shoulder. I would argue this is more of a head and shoulders. Right? So you've got these 2 levels here. There's your head, shoulders, breakdown. But when you look at it on a daily time frame, it changes your perspective on what is a head and shoulders. Because you could argue here is a shoulder, here is a shoulder, and there is the head. Right? If we zoom in a bit. Again, this is on a daily. So now here's yet another version, head, shoulder, head, shoulder. Or you could say, well, is this a head and shoulder right there and right here? Well, when you're looking at an expanded time frame, I prefer tested levels, right? So anyhow, if you're looking at it just like this, and you're looking at, okay, let me draw a trend line and let me just, oh yeah, so from here to here, and let's see this, and you know, now you're almost like, what is it, the self-fulfilling prophecy? Right? But for a trend to work, if you're not doing this now, you should be. Always clone that trend line. So does that trend line fit anywhere in this example? Right? Would you say this is a fit? This is a fit? Like now you're force fitting a trend versus looking at and understanding the moves of
a typical head and shoulders pattern. Where are your levels, right? So if you knew, again, stage 1, stage 2, exuberance is over. Now you reach stage 3 where people try to make the final push, right? Always happens. You get a peak, you get an attempt. Does that mean it's a double top? No, not quite. Maybe. Oh, wait, we're going to put in another head here. Great. Well, where's my shoulder? Well, there's your shoulder here and here. And you try to, another time here. So it's just important as you're looking at this, like knowing what the follow through should be, could be, and what's your risk, right? So when you're looking at certain moves, like, hey, well, I've had a couple questions like, hey, why do you have a target? Let's say, for example, on NVIDIA, 147, 148. I want 150 plus because that's the big level. We printed it today. We printed an all-time high on NVIDIA. I've been paying myself on the way up, but now I don't mind letting this thing go to risk, meaning let it go to 150 or let it, go down to like low of day because I only have quarter share size because the move technically should happen since all-time highs. But all that to say, when you're looking at charts like this and you're able to identify like, cool, here's what this looks like. I was talking to Vincent, called him out a little bit, and Vincent knows I got nothing but love for him. But doing technical analysis is important to this trade, and it's what a lot of people talk about, but no one wants to explain it. No one wants to figure out how to do it because it looks like a bunch of lines on a chart. And the thing is, it doesn't always work. It doesn't always work. Like just because you've got an EMA, SMA, whatever, like it doesn't always mean it'll respect those things. What you want to do is find a strategy that works for you, but improve your odds. Improve your odds. So if you can see this is a cup, this is a handle. I mean, this is like, so it doesn't get cleaner than that. I mean, maybe there's a couple exceptions, but this is a very, very clean cup handle, right? And now you know your level, which is right there, $68,804. You bought it right there and you waited, you've now just made $30,000 if you just bought one Bitcoin in that example, right? When I was referring to, and I'm gonna have to clean up this a little bit, so give me just a second here. We're gonna go to a 1 minute chart, and I was talking about a cup and handle today, but it's ugly, okay? Why would I call this a cup and handle? Anybody? No wrong answers here, y'all. So by the way, these white lines that are there, these are anchored VWAPs. Remember I was talking about an anchored VWAP being respected today? You guys want to see where that stemmed from by chance? Because I can show you. Hold on, let's see. Great technical DVG. Can you share more information about your monitor setup? How many monitors you're looking at? How do you arrange your chart officially with time frame? So I have two separate computers. So one just has like, I'd say the macro stuff on it. So it's a separate computer with one monitor, and it literally just has like macro data. So like think of NASDAQ, gold, whatever, like all the big macro movers, commodities and that. So that's one screen. And then I've got two 49-inch super wide curved monitors. They're humongous. And I basically have, so what you guys see here, normally I trade, I've got 4 on each tab here. So basically a total of 8. These are what I'll end up trading more than likely, like kind of high candidates. And these can move, right? So we're talking about PanW, we're talking about Snow. By the way, whoever took Snow 170, congrats. Meta, we were talking about looking at an Apple. So I'll keep 4 here and then 4 here. And then I always have my heat map. We talk about that. Anytime you start a session, be sure to use your heat map. Sorry, are you watching NVIDIA? Yeah, it's just in the corner of my screen. I already took my partials, Rick, so I want 150 plus. I'm kind of committed to that now. If we get to 148, I might take a little piece off, but it doesn't matter. It's a green trade for me for the time being. I appreciate you. If for some reason I'm chatting about this, Rick, and I'm not paying attention to NVIDIA and it's like at 150, like, yeah, definitely give me a holler, man. Appreciate that. So definitely, for those of you new to the room, we used to start like afternoon session, lunch session, all sorts of stuff. And right now I'm just kind of giving back because we haven't done a lunch session really in a while, but like you definitely want to start here, right? Every time you start a session, start here. What are markets doing? Where's the green and red? Like, where's money flowing? Typically what I'll do is I'll get rid of the 1% and look at the 2% and then really start to look at the real movers. Here's your 3% plus movers, right? So now okay, Dell, remember I was talking about Dell earlier today. I'm surprised I haven't been looking at it, but we know financials have been really strong. Google getting smacked around because of news, right? So there's macro data associated to that. And we saw profits being taken in the big tech names, Mag 7. So no surprise, but Google didn't bounce. Netflix, on the other hand, is officially gone above $900. Wow, incredible. But so we start here to see where money's flowing in and out of, right? Then when you add the 2%ers, look, markets are up pretty big. Today is a green day, arguably, right? No matter what you look, if you're looking at markets more broadly, green day. I don't like to look at the 0% movers, it just gets a little too noisy. But it might help if you see names like Apple and Nvidia that are just kind of flat on the day. That tells you that you're probably not going to see a big spike in the Qs. Or if these do start to spike and you're seeing, for example, this is actually a perfect example now, Qs are green by 0.17%. The big 7 names that we all know and we trade all the time do not look like Netflix today, right? But the fact that they're flat, these can move 0.5% higher and push the Qs another 0.5%. So then you're up 1% on the day-ish, right? So it's important to I usually I'll look here and then get rid of it. So now I'm like, okay, here's my movers. Here's my bigger movers. And here's my mega movers. Okay, so hopefully that helps. And then I have big chart set up. I call it big chart. It's just basically one stock. So this could be anything. But for the sake of today, I was using this for the Bitcoin example. And then I was talking about why I would consider this a cup and handle. I didn't get any response from anybody, but be curious. Why you guys would think, let me zoom in a bit. You guys see, doesn't that look a little bit more like a cup's forming? It's not a pretty cup. We'll get to that in a second. All right. Question. The how time frame for intraday analysis is daily time frame relevant and explain. I'm not. Yeah, this is TradingView, Michael. So you're asking, I'm trying to understand the question here. Intraday analysis, daily relevant and explain. So you always want to start with a bigger time frame, always. So you get a macro view. I call it like look left, right? So, and then again, ignore some of these lines. I know Mark loves this. But if you look left, AKA historic empirical data, what are we seeing? That's a pretty huge move to the upside, right? We're seeing some pullbacks. Here we are, pullbacks. We're seeing a big push, pullbacks, big push, pullback. You want to see another cup and handle? It's funny, we're just talking about this. Where are you? Where's my drawing tool? There you are. Okay, there we go. There we go. There we go. There we go. Look familiar? Anybody? Anybody? Let's get rid of that. Let's clone. There we go. Always clone. How about that? Does that look like a cup and handle to you guys? I'd say that looks like a cup and handle. Now, what did we do before? So here's that white line, which, by the way, I didn't even have to do that, but notice how this 385.19, this means something to me. I get it doesn't for you guys. And I know Mark will make fun of me about this, but anyway, same thing, bottom of the bowl. Let's just do a quick measure. So get rid of that. Bottom of the bowl, what do we do? To that white line. 48.45%, right? Now let's go from that white line. Now this is rough sketch, right? But 48.45%, technically, you guys see what I'm doing here? There's still room in this cup and handle. 48.45, that's whatever, close enough. 574.78. Currently all-time high is at 515. So again, to see that level of move is possible. Doesn't mean it always happens, but it is possible now when you see a cup and handle. Which is why the reason I'm bringing up a cup and handle and why it's an important topic is because they can be incredibly powerful moves. Incredibly powerful moves. You guys, I mean, it's pretty obvious when you see them, right? Like now that you see kind of what they look like. It's here on the Qs. We saw it on Bitcoin, and obviously this formed what, in 2021, and we're looking at dailies. And someone was asking why, who cares about dailies, right? If you're doing intraday, well, patterns, level of movements, where are the heads, where are the levels, right? I can see a level a lot easier on a daily because it's showing me where I open and close on a daily basis. Heck, I even use weeklies. And in some cases, monthlies, depending on what I'm trying to do if I'm swing trading. But fundamentally, if you start from a day and then you go to 4 hours, you'll find even more levels that are relevant because now you're breaking up the day in, you know, a couple of candles. Notice this yellow line right here, this white line. Well, we know what that white line is, top of that cup, right? Now we found first push on a 4 hour was up to this level and it's marked. What happened? We moved higher, we pulled back, retested that level. Huh, how about that? Went here, tried to do the retest, but we closed higher and we ripped. No surprise, there's your entry. So you're asking why look at daily, hourly, well, who cares? This is why, so that you can start to understand, like, and this is just the Qs. I could do, it doesn't matter. Pick a stock, it doesn't matter. It's all the same stuff. I happen to look at the Q on a very, very regular basis. It's literally, I have SPY Q on my screen at all times. But like, this is why I have all these lines. They mean different things to me. So notice this pink. For me, that was like, hey, we reached a new move from, we know that that dotted white line, right, is what? Top of the cup, right? So from that move, we've gone up 16%. Do you guys remember the number at the top where it's supposed to go? So I was like, look, take that number, divide it by 3. When we get to that level, that means we're really, really in a strong market. So yellow, first mark, first target, hit it, found retest, moved higher, actual retest, tried to retest, didn't work, push to basically a third of the total move that was supposed to happen from the cup and handle. So this pink level is incredibly important. Well, I can almost tell you it's probably August 5th here. July, okay. CPI data. So CPI data here, we pushed lower, we broke this pink level. What happened? It became support, right? Right here, right here, right here, right here, right here. When you're looking at a 4 hour, you're like, oh man, now I get why this level is so important, right? And you technically, I mean, it doesn't have to be an actual number. I just happen to use the number. And then what I typically will do, especially on bigger movers, by the way, I'm not looking at the chat right now, so if you guys are asking questions, give me a sec. Or maybe answer yes, no, is this helpful? But so what I'll do typically is I will take, let's just say I know this pink level is important, okay? And I'll do something like this, and this would be green as an example, because this is an area I want to probably start buying. And if you notice, if you bought here, you bought here, you bought here, you bought here, you bought there, you're doing okay, right? Typically, you don't want to buy on a falling knife, but if you saw that, we talk about certain levels like this, right? And say, hey, like this is probably an area of interest. We should think about getting in, right? But the reason I'm sharing you this, because someone asked the question, who cares about a daily if you're doing intraday? This is why. Because now I can look at stuff like this and obviously zoom in and get really, really particular about some of these moves. especially when I start looking at an hourly, and then I look at, hold on, you look at an hourly, then you start looking at, 15 minutes, and you start looking at 5 minutes. They all start telling you a little bit of a different story, right? So when I'm looking at this today, I said, look, it could be a really ugly cup and handle. And the reason I was talking about the cup and handle is it's a very, very, very powerful move. So in theory, what if, it doesn't have to happen, but what if we start to see this up near the all-time highs? What do you think will happen when we get over that area? You guys following? Does that make sense? So now this is what I'm trying to look for on the day. Like, can we get up to this level and start to reject? Great. 504.50 is going to be the area I'm going to get really, really bullish if it holds. So hopefully that helps. Yeah, exactly. Same thing, Tim. Yeah. Short term, this is, you're right, inverted head and shoulders. Totally. That's why I said it's kind of an ugly cup and handle, but knowing that we still have another 20% of the potential upside move of the actual cup and handle that we saw, right, on the daily. Like, you nailed it. I agree this is more of a inverted head and shoulders, totally. But it's also a pretty ugly cup and handle if this starts to form. Like if we go up here and we pull back and we hold this level here, or heck, even, to like right there, maybe. Let's do that. So like, if we pull back and end up in this area and it holds this 504, yeah, this thing could really, really start to scoot. Okay. I definitely see that too as well. I'm just trying to, make a point about the cup and handle, but totally agree with you, Tim. It definitely looks more like an inverted head and shoulders. Perfect. So let's see. I'm gonna go back. Let me see if I missed any questions here. Are you watching NVIDIA? Yes. Yeah. It's gonna probably dance around. Consolidate. I like this consolidation here actually. 145 area. Let's see. You train me for analysis, one computer and Thinkorswim with 4 screens. Okay. Okay, right on. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't get hung up on all the screens and everything like that, like right out of the gate. You don't have to have that stuff. I think it's more important to get educated on like what is technical analysis, what is your edge, what is your time horizon, what is your risk profile, like really tapping into the psychology of trading. Because look, it's easy to click a button and win or lose, right? You can do that at the blackjack table, you can do it at the poker table, but we're not trying to gamble here. We're trying to there is an aspect of risk without a doubt, but the key to trading is making sure that you stay solvent in this business, right? Because if you're, let's say, for example, go all in, let's say on one specific trade, like, oh, it's got to work, and then you blow up your account. Well, maybe you never trade again. You lose a passion for it, and frankly, it's because you didn't take the time to get educated on this stuff. But all the tools, like any business, you can invest in them as you grow. Like having 4 monitors, you already have it. You're already ahead of the game. But what are you doing with those 4 monitors? Just looking at charts, just looking at lines. Where's your data points? What's your macro view? What do you understand about the sector analysis? How are you dissecting the fundamentals? Are you looking at their annual report? Are you looking at their quarterly report? Are you listening to those transcripts? Like you can really get into this stuff. Like you got to think like the big players because they don't care about your feelings, and more importantly, they don't care about your money. We're over here trading 100 or 1,000 shares. They don't. I mean, that's to them. That's pocket change. But if you can understand the behavior behind it and the reasoning, and understand and respect your risk tolerance, because every one of us has a different risk tolerance. Some of you are okay with losing 50% of your roll because you've got plenty in the bank that you could reimburse, right? Others maybe not so much. So that's all different, and being more cognizant of those kind of things in this business, I think, go way further than just like, oh, hey, I learned how to draw a trend line. Like that's not realistic. I mean, I understand. I'm not hating on the folks that have made a fortune by just, YOLOing stuff. Like, trust me, there's days I'm like, man, maybe I just should have done that with like a Netflix, buy, take my entire roll, buy $900 call options today and make, $4 million or whatever. Right. Like, but I can't do that. I'm not programmed that way. And that's okay. Like, I'm not upset about it. My edge is I come in, clock in, make money, and give myself the liberty of the day, basically. And I enjoy doing it. That's kind of what I'm trying to help y'all with, right? At the end of the day, is improve the level of probability, not just treat this as a, casino, basically. Which I get it. There are aspects of that, But anyways, so hopefully that helps. I do agree. Tim, you mentioning the inverted head and shoulders. I actually like that better. But the reason I was saying it's an ugly cup and handle, you technically, that same thing, it could be right here, right? And then measure your distance here, and then if we break out, what I don't like to do is force fit technicals. You know what I mean? Which is it's really easy to do that when you're on a smaller time frame, like a 1 minute. We're on a 1 minute now, right? But if you're on a daily time frame, it kind of gives you some perspective of like, hey, is this a level at 531? Well, yeah. Check this out. I mean, this was here long before today even happened, right? But check out this breakdown, almost to the penny. It is to the penny. 531. I didn't put that on today. This has been there, right? It literally tagged that level on the dot, then bounced. Once we broke it, right, there should have been follow through. But what happened? They tried to defend that level, pushed higher, overshoot. We broke it. Guess what's right below it? Anchored VWAP from previous all-time high. So like when you're starting to break these down, like again, these lines can be confusing, which is why I don't really share the cues. I use these lines because they matter to me. But you'll notice like I don't have the 200 EMA and the whatever like on this type of stuff. For me, it's literally, levels are important, and I mark them up well in advance before I even take a trade. So like I know where I want, as an example, when we opened, I said I want ideally for the market to push down, pull back to 500.31. That's pretty wild if you think about it. First move to the penny, right? I'm getting good at this. I've been doing it a while, and it doesn't always happen, right? If the market just paused here and took off, obviously I'm not playing the short game right out the gate, right? But seeing this get respected and then do an inverted head and shoulders, aka shoulder head, right, upside down. So to Rick's point, I was talking about this live action with you guys. Anchored VWAP. You're like, what the heck is this guy talking about? Anchored VWAP. It's from a previous all-time high. When is it like 504.50? That's where your anchored VWAP is on the downside. And it literally, when I saw this being respected, what do? I got paid on my puts as we broke through in case we had follow through. I left some. We started to bounce. I waited to retest. We retested. Shoot right here. We got out of the rest of our puts, and we were long NVIDIA at that time. So hopefully that helps. I know it's a lot. Maybe you're like, what the heck is this guy talking about? I get it. It can be challenging at times, but hopefully I'm sure many of you guys already know this stuff. Maybe it's repeat. But when I'm talking about like what is a 200 EMA, what's whatever, let me show you guys what that looks like. Give me just a second here. Did I lose the screen? think I did. Okay. I need more basic education. What source is the best to start? I've been a scalp trader and do okay. We need to move to next level badly. That 2 drops, if you measure, they might be symmetric, same as you mentioned, cup and handle. Thank you. Yeah. Okay, cool. Cool. Yeah, no, look, Michael, hey, it's okay, man. It's okay. Like we're the beauty of this room, what I love about this community is we've got a great group of traders with a myriad of levels of experience, right? So we've got folks that have been doing this 10 years, 20 years, 30 years. We also have folks that have like, hey, I'm just getting started. You know, like I've got 10K. I want to see what I can do with this thing. I hear everybody's buying stocks. Let me get into it. My biggest recommendation, obviously, cue the disclaimer, right? This is not financial advice. We're here to kind of educate and get people excited about what it is that we do for a living, right? I mean, obviously, this is part of what I do for a living, but it's not always going to be perfect. It's not always going to be a flawless execution. It's to Tim's point, right? Combination plays and improving your probability of success, right? We know by design markets want to go higher, right? I mean, people invest, quote unquote, to have ownership, to expand their money. So a bullish tendency is common. You guys will notice a lot of times I'm okay with being bearish. Why? Because in markets, they take the steps on the way up and they take the elevator on the way down. So on a downward move, like today on MSTR, you can make a small fortune within minutes, but it took you 4 days to make that step, you know, to the higher floor. So again, it's really like I know my edge is identifying short plays. And I'm totally like, look guys, I have a portfolio that's designed to go up and I don't mind finding long positions. So I want to make sure that that's clear because I know a lot of times I've had a couple notes, people are like, hey, why are you always short markets even in up markets? And it's not so much that, it's really bad news can kill a stock quick. SMCI, perfect example, right? You get news like that, game over. You can make a ton of money on the way down when everyone's like, no, it's got to bounce here. Like, no, the guy messed with the finances. That's a no-no, right? So anyway, I digress. Let me see what we got going on here. I'm going to read a couple of these comments here. The 2 drops. If you measure, it might be symmetric. Same as covenant. Thank you. Good info. Right on. Thank you. So, Michael, you're asking, well, it's hard for me to say, Michael. I mean, I don't know where you're at in your journey, but and maybe even ask some of the members of the community. I'm sure everybody here has got some good sources as well, but I would say that's kind of why we're here, is to try to help. What you're seeing on the screen now, I did a video kind of on my setup. Like, so if I'm ever sharing my screen, let's just use, I don't know, since I have NVIDIA trade on, which I don't mind this pullback, it's fine. But so when you see my screen, like normally Scott's going to share his screen. I think the new platform, when we finally make the cutover, you'll be able to see either screen. So I can share my screen, he can share his screen, and you can watch whatever screen you want. Because him and I have different setups as far as like how we look at charts. But all these lines mean something. Like ignore this green one here. But I did a video. So if you are a member, like I get it if you're here on a trial, like that's different. But for the folks, if you decide to join like that, there's a recording and you get access to that. So at the end of the day, y'all, like we're trying to grow this community, frankly, to do cool things together as a community. You know, we're not getting rich off of our subscription base right now, I can assure you. But we want to grow that so that it's actually, you know, something where you can go, hey, look, like let's go do a summit. Let's do some giveaways. Let's, you know what I mean? Like make it fun. And also even bring like guests and things like that help our community. So definitely, you know, I know for me, my ambitious goal next year will be for 350 people to join the community and celebrate milestones on the way. So if you know anybody or if you haven't joined, consider it. You know, look, $150 a month, you spend less on a cup of coffee a day. You know what I mean? But get an education about what it is that we do here, a little bit more about markets, understand, you know, how to improve your probability. Again, there's no guarantee. It doesn't mean just because, hey, you know, DVG's on the microphone, I'm going to make money. I don't know. Maybe you do, maybe you don't. It's not me clicking the button. It's your money. Risk it, you know, take your own risk there. But for a lot of the folks in our community, both that are taking their own trades and even participating in some of the trades we're taking, I mean, had a few folks that do quite well. So let's see. I missed it, but if you can tell me again, where AV swap starting point in the chart, starting point, for example, 1 minute, 2 minute. Okay, because this is a tricky one. So peaks, like less earnings for sure. I'll give you an example. NVIDIA, they just reported last night. So I'll use this as an example, but I don't always use this, but typically earnings or big news is where you want to use an anchored VWAP. So on this candle, notice the top, notice the bottom. So you see your push higher, and then you see the print lower. So you would tag this because it was an earnings event. Okay. So notice this white line. Let me get rid of everything. 1 second. So there's your anchored VWAP. Notice price action at that anchored VWAP. Below, 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 try to get above, try to respect it, try to respect it. Once we broke it, bye-bye. Bad news for it, 140.76, this green dotted line for me is at a very important level. Guys, this was here before, I'm just seeing this right now for the first time, like live right with you guys. The low is 140.70 today. See this green line, 140.76, that's a key level. That's why it's green and dashed. That's at least, you know, for me, that's what it means. Pretty wild that we hit that and just bounced, right? But notice this anchor VWAP. Once we got above it pre-market, what happened? We took off. We tried to test it, right? As soon as we broke it, we aimed lower. We tried here above that anchor VWAP. We rejected again. So there's a chance this thing can fall back to 140.76 and retest this level. There is a chance. All right, tested it once, twice, came back, third time, fourth time, fifth time, got above, held, took it out, once, bounce. So healthy retest down here. If it holds, great. If it breaks, game over. Like down we go. But if we see anything above this anchor VWAP, we should see the close, operate as a potential sell zone for resistance. But if that just gets out of the way, I mean, here come all new highs. So that's why, like for me, I already paid myself. I don't mind just whatever this thing does. This is going to be the area I get out. So I'm giving that quarter size, you know, realistically, I can't really lose on this trade. I already banked profits. So what I have left, yeah, I might be giving some back on those shares, but we're fine. Where's your video? Reach out to Clifton, Michael. Again, it is for members only. We're trying to, you know, grow that community and you know, build some content there. So it was probably, I don't know, maybe July when I made it. But it helps so that you know, like when I'm looking at all these different lines, you're like, hey, what the heck is that, DVG? What am I looking at? It'll break everything down to kind of make more sense. But who was asking about the daily, the hourly, the 4 hour? Like, why look at that for intraday stuff? Who was that? I can't remember. Forgive me, guys. There's a bunch of comments, and I appreciate the comments, by the way. I love this, guys. Like, it's better than me just talking to myself. So appreciate the interaction here. But who was asking about, like, why is it relevant to look at a daily when you're doing intraday trading? Who was that? You? Okay. So, but does that make sense? Like when I was breaking it down to go from daily to 4 hour to hour to minutes, does that help? Guys, meanwhile, I've been talking about this. Hopefully some of you guys took the trades that we were talking about. PanW moving brilliantly above that VWAP. Still watching Meta. I got Meta on the corner of my eye here. And then NVIDIA trade, whatever. Like, I want to wait to 150. So if I get it today, great. If I don't, I can hold it. It doesn't matter. Let's see. Miguel, thank you. Good info. Cool. Anchor view up, starting point. Because did I answer your question on Anchor view up? So normally what I do, big events, Anchor view up, usually earnings. Okay. I also like to take, for example, all-time highs, right? Which I can mark it today. Technically, it's an all-time high. But prior to today, notice this 140.76. You guys see what that is? Previous all-time high. Notice how we hit that today, held. That's a good sign. Shows that we want to potentially stay above that level. Good times. But like today, because we had earnings, like I'm going to use the earnings view, anchored view up first. Prior to that, here is a high. I could get rid of this thing. But what happens is like as we start to dance in this area of pullbacks, it's important to see what these anchored VWAPs start to look like. So like, okay, cool. Here's a potential support zone because it was a peak. You can do it. I mean, we don't want to do is have way too many, but as an example, there's another one and there's another one. If it were me, I would use this 140.75 anchored view up as, you know, kind of the point that I would want to look at versus, and you kind of see they're kind of combining there, but I would use this one as the anchored view up, and then what happened with earnings today. And then what you end up finding is like, oh, okay, this kind of coincides a little bit with our 22 EMA, or sorry, SMA for a while. And then we see some separation and then we see a breakout. But like, is there any kind of crossover? Does it matter? Who cares? But now you can start digging into like what gives you your edge, right? My edge is going to be different than all of y'all, right? And it's the same for each and every. It's like our fingerprint on how we identify charts, what makes sense. Like I know Mark's not a huge fan of how I look at charts. He's like, dude, there's way too much stuff on your charts. And I get it. There are a lot of lines. And part of this is like when I'm chatting with you guys so that you can see it, right? Like typically, this is what my screen looks like. And even that's a little too busy. Because I just added this anchor view up as an example. But it's levels. It's, you know, I don't need to look at the EMAs. I kind of have an idea even beforehand, which is why these levels are what they are. But I do that so that you guys have like a visual representation of like, oh, hey, like, why should I pay attention to the 200 EMA? Well, it's an important level, right? And that changes if you're looking at a 1 minute, 5 minute, one daily, whatever. But if you have a pretty good idea of like, say, for example, I like when the 55 and the 200 crossover favorably in the direction. What do I mean by that? Here's an example. Here's an example. Heck, here's an example. Once that crossover happens in your favorite direction, I basically then follow my 55 and see how far I can go if I'm bullish, right? The opposite is also true. This crossover, like it's not a perfect crossover. You'll see it typically around earnings, like right here. So you see this, like the 255 tap each other, price action is not favorable, below the line, boom, straight down. That's my edge, right? And it's not a perfect science, but I'm watching levels constantly on this stuff. So hopefully that helps. I don't plan to stay here much longer, y'all, but I do appreciate the interaction. I appreciate the conversation. But look, at the end of the day, I'm out here looking for trades just like the rest of y'all. I'm watching Meta right now. I'm still watching maybe Tesla. Don't really like coin right now. I'm looking at Palo Alto Networks. Maybe missed the move. You know, I really like that 390 level, 391. So I missed even the bounce, unfortunately. But look, y'all are great. Appreciate the community. Appreciate the interaction today. Hopefully that was insightful. You know, if you guys like to hear stuff like that, like again, we're trying to do like these mentoring sessions or whatever periodically. But it is kind of tough because if it's like, oh, hey, you know, you guys want a PowerPoint presentation, all this other stuff, like I don't know about you, but I just can't really do that. I'd rather just look at something live and kind of talk through it if that works for you guys. But we're here to kind of grow the community to things that you like. And being able to look at stuff live is obviously the best way to learn, I think. but yeah, if it's helpful to have more stuff like this, I know someone was asking, maybe a few of you were asking, like pre-market, hey, can you walk through a trade and why you're looking at this level and why? Like this is, I would say, the ultimate introduction to that of like, before I start every day, before I even, when I say I'm looking at a watch list, usually I'll be long list, short list, watch list, right? But if the reason I have a watch list is, say for example, if I see something that's like at a 50-50, like it go, you know, higher or lower, I'm not going to say it's long or short. I'm going to look at what it does when it opens. So that for me is, I'll just call that a watch list, like, because I know if it's going to behave a certain way at a certain level, then I can take advantage of that. So hope that makes sense. Let's see. Great, thanks. It was for you. Cool. Cool, Michael. Right on. Yep, Vikas. Awesome. You did it incorrect. I was doing a mistake. Okay. MU. All right, Tim. I love it. Yeah, let's get back to some stocks. I'm not gonna be around too much longer, y'all, but let's just pull up them. Oh, that's beautiful. Nice breakout there. They must have had some news, huh? Maybe sympathy play. We're getting a huge move right now on Tesla, y'all. I'm gonna do a little ad on NVIDIA actually. Right here at 144. This is a tiny ad. You know, I already took my partial off, so I really want a 150 print. And if I don't get it, whatever. Maybe I'm, you know, lose $200-300. I don't care. Let's see. Meta looks like it's ready to make a decision. Hand W. Unfortunately, we missed that. Excuse me. So by the way, I call this big chart because normally I look at this. So we get like, you know, 4 stocks at the same time. Typically we're like talking through stuff. I can go big chart. So sometimes, like, let's say for example, I don't know, what's the stock you guys are looking at right now? We talked about MU. Like I could go big chart and we could, you know, look at levels. This to me is not. Let's look at the daily real quick. Yeah, I don't love this. This is just, I think maybe a sympathy play, or there's news that I don't know about, but not really defining key levels right now on MU. What's the coin look like? Oh, that's gross. Yikes. Anyway, so for sake of you know, the discussion, sometimes if we're talking about a specific stock, right? Let me go here. We can do big chart. So as we go through it, if I happen to be sharing a screen, let me know. Just like, hey, DVG, do you mind doing a big chart on this? Please don't ask for like penny stocks and stuff like that. I don't follow it enough. But if they're, you know, bigger stock names that have a lot more liquidity, again, I'm not opposed to penny stocks. Some of y'all like to trade them. That's totally fine by me. It's hard to do technical analysis on stuff like that when something could have news and boom, it moves up to like, you know, $3 or something. Let's see. Told you Meta was about to get going. See that yellow line? Very important yellow line. Yellow line, very important. What's going on with this? Why is my 200 off? There it is. You guys, for those of you guys using the 200 EMA, can you see how important that thing is? I love that. I love that indicator. It's phenomenal, I think. Different than the SMA. But like, look at this thing. Hand W, up, down, down. Every time it's like just bounces right off that line. Brilliant. And as long as it's above it, you get to stay bullish. Let's pull NVIDIA here. You guys want to know why I'm nervous about NVIDIA? Where's the yellow line on this? Right? Price action below it. I need to see it above it. but I have a feeling, based on the report and based on the fact that they're just always constantly crushing earnings. I mean, there is some concern that the Blackwell chips are overheating and whatever, but you know, how much of it's baked in, I don't know. I could be totally wrong. You know, it's a $3.5 trillion business now at this price, you know, based on a market cap. But all we got to do is get to the close, and it's game over. So I'm willing to risk, you know, a few $100 in the event we get taken out here at the bottom. All right? No. You know, that's 200 EMA. Yeah. Oh, all this. Tim, right on. Love that. Did you post that anywhere, or did you just now? You're correct me when I was doing a mistake. I mean, when Anchor I did for PanW, it's working fine. Okay, cool. Yeah, and again, it's not perfect. You know what I mean? Like you can't just go, oh well, hey, I did this and then I did that, and you know it's wrong. Like no, it's a visual representation of either a point of validation or being able to combine the thought process on a given stock. Right? So like for example, Meta gets over this yellow line. Does that mean it breaks out? It should, but it doesn't have to, right? If price action is favored to the downside and algos are in sell mode and bears are like, hey, we want this thing to tank, I got bad news for you. It's going to go down, right? We know 560 is a big level, right? And we literally just got it to 560.75. So it totally can get below that if it breaks below VWAP, and then off you go, down you go, right? So hence why there's also rules that we talk about. Rule number 1, pay yourself first. Obviously, I think I'm going to make a shirt with all the rules, you know, top 5 rules, maybe top 10 rules or something. And then maybe even create principles of trading. Maybe that'll help with like some curriculum for us if that would be of interest. But you have to have those rules in place so that you survive another day, you know. Anyways, listen, y'all been great. It's all good, Tim. No worries. I appreciate you. You know, you saw it, you took a trade, making money. That's good. But I think I'm going to be done for the day. We've got this NVIDIA position. Again, if it moves against me, I don't mind. Like, we already banked some profit on it. Green day for me. MSTR, monster trade for me today. Can't thank you guys enough. I know I've actually stayed a lot longer than I normally do. You know, I'm usually out of here by 11, maybe 11:30. But I know I'm not going to be here tomorrow. I won't be here Monday. But listen, I appreciate y'all. I really do. You guys are the best. Let's grow this community. If you know someone, or if you haven't joined, join the community, would you? I mean, one trade basically pays for your month. We had a couple folks here, I think, paid their year in a day. So look, we've got a great community here. Get to know the people here, and you know, let's grow this thing. So appreciate y'all. If I don't chat with y'all, have a great weekend. I will see y'all for sure next Tuesday, and I'll do my best. Maybe if I could pop in, make a little guest appearance on Monday, I will if possible. But y'all take care. Today was a wonderful day. Hopefully today helped on the mentor side of things, but appreciate y'all. Cheers. God bless.